to participants who have not yet joined us, but I'm sure that they will be here. And let me give you a very warm welcome to this Youth Employment Research Forum. We're so happy to have you. I know many of you traveled very far, so you might be tired, you might be shocked by the cold, although if you saw yesterday, it was a lot more exciting if you managed to come in through the snow. Congratulations on that. Well, today looks much more reasonable. My name is Sarah Elder. I am the head of the Employment Analysis and Economic Policy Unit at the ILO. And we have an exciting 2 days, but we will start with a nice opening. And we have here on our panel, my boss, who's Seng-On Lee, the Director of the Employment Policy, Job Creation and Livelihoods Department at the ILO. And we have also our co-sponsor of this wonderful event, Annika Altaf, who's the Executive Director of Include, Knowledge Platform on Inclusive Development Policies. And we will be very happy to hear from them with a few remarks on the opening, after which I'll walk us through the program. So let me start with Seng-On. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Actually, so I also want to congratulate you, all of you, on actually managed to get to the ILO. It's not easy job nowadays. Let me first actually send a big welcome to all of you on behalf of the ILO. It's such a great pleasure for me to be able to organize this joint event with Annika. One thing really excited about this forum is this is a face-to-face event after all years of the virtual meeting. I do believe the importance of virtual meeting, but still I missed the importance of face-to-face event. So it's great to see you all. So let me share once again my warm greetings to all of you. Also, I wouldn't forget the many people who are joining online as well. The objective of this, the Youth Employment Research Forum is, I just quote, to gather researchers from the leading institutions and social partners to discuss research on themes that are relevant to the future of youth employment. That's a very ambitious goal. This is in a more practical term. What we are trying to do here is that to bring all the leading researchers together here and who actually share the interest in the youth employment issues. I know how many people are online at the moment, but I think the gathering from the research paper you submitted, I think we have already done so. So bring all together here. Also, I noticed that many of you are also very grateful the consumers of that this kind of research, and also there are practitioners who are working in the country to shape the policies and programs that respond to specific youth employment challenges. I look at the agenda very quickly, but I think it's already immensely impressed. It's already, our agenda seems to be coming together very nicely. Probably Annika, you may agree with me. So let me congratulate all the speakers. I'm serious, all the speakers, who were selected to present papers from the nearly 150. Wow, that's an impressive number. So welcome to all of you. And also I very much look forward to hearing about your work and also gaining insight on how your findings should link to the policy makings. And I understand that the session tomorrow will be dedicated to the impact or the program evaluation that can offer insights to what works or what does not work in the existing policies and programs. That is actually my favorite topic. These studies are very, very important from the perspective of the ILO, but of course, such evaluation will have to be taken by the practitioners and the program designers to shape the policies of the future. So we'll need to make sure that the lessons learned of such studies are more than just the lessons learned. I'm sure that there will be an interesting discussion around this. Let me ask a very obvious question on why we care about the youth employment. This touches upon the reality of the many people on the ground. And also this is precisely what our constituents, governments and workers, employers asking us to focus more and more, do better and be more. So the youth employment is really important policy focus, and as you may see from the different ILO publication and also the policy discussions. Very recently, we have important body called the governing body. I know it sounds a bit awful, but it sounds the governing body. That's how we call it. They had they met actually last month, had a very serious discussion about youth employment issues, especially on the Youth Employment Action Plan. This is the basis for us to take all kinds of actions on youth employment around the world. Our governing body members actually made it very clear in that discussion, we have to continue support the constituents in addressing youth employment challenges and opportunities, especially in the very complex and increasingly uncertain landscape for the employment, combined with the different geopolitics at the moment. If anything, we are called upon to scale up actions as we find that young people today need a stronger and firmer institutional boost to find their ways to the productive adulthood. I do believe the world of work actually facing today's young people is more complex than actually what I personally faced as a young person. I don't recall very well, but I vaguely remember. And the globalization and digitalization, all this is opened up. Just one point here I want to make is that somehow I felt the issue of the youth employment was taken up or replaced by the other important issues like a just transition, digital transition, and demographic changes. Somehow we felt some kind of political support. The interest seems to be fading away. Then I realized, no, actually, that's not really the case. All these issues, transition, digital and green transition, demographic changes, or geopolitical tensions, whatever, at core of this, the issues, we have youth employment issues. So what we need to do is to bring those actually typical, difficult social, political, fundamental changes to see what are the implications of these changes on youth employment. That's a task for this forum as well. So my point is youth employment, even now, is even more important than before, but slightly in new context. How can bring those contexts in our actually research and policy conversation will be very important. So all this is basically to say, taking positive action to set the young people off onto a pathway to decent work and a productive adulthood is now more important than ever. So we should take the opportunity of this first youth year research forums to get some concrete ideas about how we can take the bolder and better action, and also to outline what are some of the continuing research gaps. I'm hopeful, actually, when I said this is the first such forum, as I do hope there will be another coming up in the near future. This particular forum was organized as a run-up to the ILO Global Employment Trend for Youth report. I hope you have heard that before. This is a very, very important flagship publication for the ILO. And also this is an important one for gathering global attention to the trend and solution areas for youth employment. The version next year, 2024 edition, will bring us to the 20th anniversary of the publication. So we thought that we should make a big event of it, or as the Sarah suggested, as a series of the events. So we'll count on you to help us spread the word on the coming report, and also we'll welcome your insights on how we can link up to raise the bar on the future investment in action-oriented solutions for youth employment in the years to come. Let me conclude by saying that I highlight that this is not actually our sole lonely endeavor. It has been systematic, collective, and joint actions. I just want to thank the Annika Altafat, Altaf, I'm sorry about that.
Yes.
Okay. She is the executive director of the Include Knowledge Platform on the inclusive development policies. Include has been a great partners. I heard all good things about this collaboration and especially helping on the selection of papers and coordinating the agenda and also supporting some of our speakers with the fellowships. We are extremely grateful for also the for your support, and at the same time, the International Development and Research Center, or we call it IDRC of Canada, has provided a similar support as a partner of the forum. So unfortunately, their representative could not join us actually in person today, but let me express my gratitude to you as well. So this is it. Actually, I very much actually look forward to the conversation and the discussion at this forum, and then I'm going to make sure all of your findings are fully reflected in all the actions and policies actually ILO is taking in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you, Sang-Yeon. And Annika, over to you.
Thank you very much, Sarah, and thank you, Sang-Yeon. I fully second everything that you said. So also on behalf of me and on behalf of Include, good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to you all, both here, but also online. And let me thank also the ILO and IDRC for co-hosting this important event with us. Just briefly, for those who are not familiar with Include, let me give an introduction very briefly. We are a knowledge platform for inclusive development policies in Africa. Welcome to those joining us. And our main aim is to contribute to evidence-based policymaking. And we do that through collecting new knowledge, but also by synthesizing existing knowledge and presenting that in an accessible way, especially for policymakers. And the last thing that we do is share that knowledge and connect the right stakeholders and bring them together to have policy dialogues. So if you would like to know more, feel free to approach me during the conference. An important part of our work is around youth employment, and particularly our work with ILO and IDRC. And under the guidance of the Global Initiative on Decent Jobs for Youth, we joined forces in the form of a collaborative research partnership with a very clear vision and mission: building a world where youth have greater access to decent jobs. To shed more light on the key barriers that youth face to access decent jobs, we commissioned research, but more importantly, we used our partnership to disseminate that knowledge and to contribute to evidence-based policymaking and programming. But we still have a long road to walk when it comes to completing our mission, both in terms of filling knowledge gaps, but also to then use that knowledge to inform policy and programming. And this is where you come in. You have been invited here because you will bring new and valuable insights into tackling the barriers for decent youth employment, all from various angles, be it training, climate, digitalization, youth engagement, all very timely and necessary to address. What I would like to ask you is to not only present your research here, but to really try to translate that into recommendations for both policy and programming. If you are in charge, if you were to call the shots to improve access to decent jobs for youth, what would you do based on your findings? Please know that I'm not asking you this as a fun exercise, but that the outcomes of this conference will be taken along and in further steps that we take in our Boosting Decent Employment for Youth partnership. So I hope that in the coming 2 days, we will have a very fruitful conference, not only in terms of content, but also I hope that you have good exchanges amongst each other, hopefully form new collaborations and new connections. So I think all that rests is to say, let's get to work. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. All right, so it's my job now to walk us through the program. And I don't know if you all have an electronic copy, a printed copy, but if you'd like a printed copy, just let us know. So we are going to start really gently this morning. Want us to get to know each other a little bit. We have some time. So after my presentation of the agenda, we'll do a little icebreaker so that we can all introduce ourselves. I really don't like events where people don't get time to introduce themselves. So we'll do that. Then we have a coffee break where you can get to know each other even better. Then we jump into the exciting work and we start to hear the presentations of the papers. Now, the way we've organized it is that we will have parallel sessions. So if you are session A, if your paper's listed under session A, you will be in this room. Thank you, Karina. If you are listed under session B, you'll be right next door in room D. People following online, welcome. Sorry, we want to make sure that you are very much a part of this conversation, and we can also give you an opportunity to introduce yourselves. You will be unfortunately only able to follow. No, okay. Karina's not giving me the shake. You can also choose which room you want to follow virtually. We have some that were also present virtually. Most were able to join us physically, but some unfortunately couldn't join us. So we have some presenting virtually. So after this first round of presentations, we will have a lunch. Lunch is right upstairs, straight. You go up the stairs and basically continue straight. There's a cafeteria there. Then we will come back and start our second parallel sessions. This time we kind of split it into a conversation related specifically to Africa. I mean, really, I feel so strongly that Africa is such an important continent for the future. It will populate the future. We know from statistics that by 2050, 1 in 3 young persons will be African. So we had better understand what this will mean for the future and make sure that our African young people are given the opportunities to grasp this exciting, what we call African youth quake. The other panel will be related to future of work issues, which is often very much asked of us. Where is the future going for young people in the digital realm, in the climate realm, etc. So that will be until 2 to 4:30. In the middle of that, we'll have a coffee break. Sorry, we'll do 2 papers, coffee break, 2 papers. Then we come back and we have a really exciting keynote address. I'm very excited about this. We have Louise Fox. I don't know if any of you have heard Louise Fox, but she is always really dynamic, really to the point, really blunt. She will challenge us about our thinking of youth employment. The title of her address is Myths about Youth Employment Programs in Low and Lower Middle Income Countries. So it will be really exciting to hear from her, and I'm grateful for her attention. She was unable to join us physically, but she's sitting right now in San Francisco. So I don't think she's listening to us right now. It's way too early for her in the morning, but she will wake up in the afternoon and share her impressive knowledge with us with the keynote address. After that, we have a really, I think, exciting panel. So Louise will continue for the panel. We have also Marco from SDC. Marco, are you in the room? Raise your hand. Maybe he hasn't arrived yet. We have Helen Osborne joining us online from Asia Development Bank. And Esther. Esther, are you in the room? Yay, Esther. Esther is here joining us from Eurofound, where they do a lot of really interesting research and policy advocacy for the European youth. And that's it for the first day. You'll see it's quite a heavy agenda. We're starting slow, but then we're going to pick up. And we forgot the reception. Yes. After the first long day, we will gather here. No, gather upstairs for reception. Everywhere where we go, we will be firmly guided by our wonderful Karina Lavina. Karina, raise your hand. Karina has been absolutely instrumental. I know that each and every one of you has had the opportunity to exchange with her, and she has done by far the heavy lifting for this event. Okay. Yes, we do a round of applause for Karina. Thank you. Annika. Well deserved. Okay, then you go home, you sleep, you rest, you come back fresh on Wednesday. And we'll start again with our third and final panel separations. These papers that we talk about on Wednesday are all impact evaluations or program evaluations. So this is where we get to the what works of existing youth employment policies and try to learn the lessons as we move forward. So we have, I think, 3 papers in each session. Then we will come back, join for a coffee break. Then we have an interesting session on youth and social dialogue, which will take place here in the plenary. So we thought it's really important to think about how young people are engaging with policymakers, how young people are engaging with organizers in the world of work. So young people and their attitudes towards unionism. So that will be led by our colleague in the Bureaus of Workers' Activities. So that would be a good activity. Then we have lunch. Then we have an exciting presentation of a report that's very soon to be launched. It's an ILO World Bank report. It's a meta-analysis on the impact of active labor market policies on youth. And they've consolidated all of the individual studies that you all are engaged in, and will bring together some really interesting findings. And Susanna, raise your hand. She will be one of the persons presenting. Okay, then we have a coffee break and a final exciting interactive session on the topic of artificial intelligence and youth. And this should be fun. It's so you'll see we have a really interesting academic agenda, but also a lot of opportunity to interact amongst ourselves and also with those joining us online. So we think it's a fun agenda, and we count on you to keep up your energy and share your knowledge and interact as much as possible. So that is the agenda. Now, let's hear from you. We thought we would do this icebreaker with a quick lightning round of questions so we can get to know each other a bit. As you're I'm going to ask you some questions. You raise your hand, okay? Well, then we'll go around and introduce ourselves. Okay, first question. I am feeling excited to be here. Raise your hand if you're feeling excited to be here. Yeah. Yay, Sangon's got 2 hands. Cher, I didn't see a hand. Are you grumpy? Okay, sorry. Okay. Okay, I am feeling really tired today. It's fair enough. If you've traveled, if you've traveled a long distance, if you're feeling jet lag, I know Annika had a really grueling journey to get here. So we will try to break through your tiredness and bring you to life. I am a student or finishing my studies. Okay, we have a handful of students, which is wonderful because it's always great to interact and hear the voices of young people. You keep it real, right? Yes. All right, I have more than 10 years of experience in areas of research. Very good. More than 20 years of experience. Okay, we have a couple old timers. Bravo. Yes, bravo. Yeah. You will be our go-to people. Yeah. So this is my first time in Geneva. Oh, quite a lot. So go out and have a fondue tonight. Go see the lake. I think it's going to be well lit up for the Christmas period. It's very beautiful, very beautiful. Welcome to Geneva. I am from the continent of Africa. Okay, wonderful. We have about 4 or 5 from Africa. I know online we have several also joining from Africa. Asia, I am from Asia. Ah, quite a lot from Asia. Welcome. Yeah, well, Sangon as well. North America. Okay, a couple, fellow North Americans, bravo. Europe. Okay, Europe has a good showing. Okay, I hope I didn't forget any continents there. South America. Thank you, South America. Okay. Youth employment, the youth employment challenge is more a demand side or supply side problem. Who votes for supply side? Meaning the problem is the young people and their education, they don't have the right skills. Okay, interesting. Who thinks it's a demand side problem? There's simply not enough jobs and demand in the economy to create opportunities for all of these really excellent young people. Yeah, I think I agree on the demand side. Rob, yeah, you can definitely do both. It's true. The trick question. Okay, we're almost done. Compared to 20 years ago, the labor market situation for young people is better or worse? Who thinks it's better than 20 years ago? 20 years ago. And the reason I say 20 years ago, 2004, that was when we launched the first global employment trends for youth. So, okay, then I'm guessing everyone's going to say worse. Worse, okay, some enthusiasm on the worst one, but certainly it's more complex, right? I think we can all agree that the situation is much more complex and there's a lot of uncertainty for young people starting out today. Last question. I am ready for a great two-day meeting. Yay. Okay, that one deserves some applause. Yeah. As I say, we still have some time, so we are going to do a round of introductions. A rare opportunity for everyone to introduce themselves, but we can be quick and then we can continue the conversation over coffee. So we'll just start in the front and I'll point to my colleague Ki.
Yeah, so good morning, everyone. My name's Kibam Kim. I'm a macroeconomic employment specialist here at the ILO in Geneva. Looking forward to the discussions over the next 2 days. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Susana Puerto. I work at the ILO on youth employment issues, and it's a delight to see familiar faces and to meet new colleagues today. Thanks.
Okay, we'll snake around. Neil?
I'm Neil Higgins. I'm Senior Specialist in the Employment Analysis Unit of the ILO. Mainly working on youth, but other things too.
Good morning, everyone, and very welcome to Geneva. I'm Karina, and I work as a junior professional officer in Sarah's unit, working on analysis. So I wish you all the very successful events today and tomorrow.
Good morning, everybody, and a warm welcome also from my side. I'm Dorothea Schmidt-Klau. I'm the Chief of the Employment, Labor Market and Youth Branch. And also, I was co-author together with Sarah on the very first Global Employment Trends for Youth.
Good morning and welcome from my side as well. My name is Cher Verick. I'm the head of the Employment Strategies Unit in the same branch. So working on policy, including those that focus on youth.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Fatma Younes and I'm from Egypt. I work at the Challenge Fund for Youth Employment, mainly as a deputy country lead for Egypt, but also I did my studies, my master's degree on employment, youth employment to be specific. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Esther Shandor. I work for Eurofound, which is an EU agency for the improvement of living and working conditions. And my main area of research is quality of life of young people. And also I work on Eurofound surveys on quality of life.
Good morning. My name is Hilda. I'm from Tanzania. I'm working as a senior researcher, focusing on platform economy and youth. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Federica Bianchi. I graduated from my master's in June. So I'm currently looking for a job and unemployment, which is quite funny to attend this forum as unemployed. And I'm from Italy. I'm very excited to be here. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Hitomi Ho. I work at FAO as a youth employment specialist, and I'm presenting our program integrated country approach tomorrow morning and lessons learned. Looking forward to talking with you all.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rachel Alex. I'm an associate professor at the University of Windsor in Windsor, Ontario. I generally broadly study labor unions and will be presenting on youth attitudes towards unions.
Good morning, everyone. I am Kaushik Gupta from India. I'm professor of economics at Calcutta University, and I work mainly on international trade and some areas of labor markets, not fully labor market. And I will present my paper on indignity of labor and occupational prestige in unemployment, mainly concerned with youth.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. I'm Tsagga. I'm from Ethiopia. I'm going to present a paper tomorrow on youth employment policies in Ethiopia. I am an academician. I work for a university. So usually my work is related to poverty and welfare. And this time I'm going to look into the youth employment programs and policies, particularly in Ethiopia. Thank you, and nice meeting you all.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ariane Delanva. I'm an associate professor at the University of Cape Town, working on youth well-being and employment and education, and working quite closely with the national presidency to try and understand how we can bring evidence to policy and implementation for a more comprehensive approach to youth unemployment.
Hello, everyone. I'm Carlos Gamito. I am Spanish, but currently based in Timor-Leste, where I had the opportunity to support ILO as consultant on the areas of social protection and youth employment. And I am currently finishing my PhD research there with a paper on employment formalization, focusing on bridging gender gaps and youth gaps. But I will be presenting the second paper of my PhD that I wrote while I was ODI fellow in Guinea-Bissau on activation program for the youth. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Kate Brocky. I'm a PhD student in the Geography Department at the University of Cambridge, working on young NEETs, and previous intern at the ILO as well. So it's lovely to be back in Geneva.
Hi, good morning. My name is Grace Mueller. I'm also a PhD student in geography at Cambridge. I study domestic workers in Nepal, but here we'll be presenting on a pilot study I was a part of during the pandemic, studying how young people adapted to the pandemic through a diary-based study.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Evelyn Betza. I come from South America, Argentina, and I will be presenting in the next session with you all. So very happy to share these days with you.
Good morning. I'm Balwant Mehta from Institute for Human Development, New Delhi. I work in the area of employment, inequality, and youth employment and employment issues. And I'm going to present here my paper on impact of digital economy on labor market.
Hello, I'm Siddharth. I also work at the Institute for Human Development, New Delhi. I'm a senior research associate, and I've been working for the past 6 years on labor economics issues, and I'm a co-author with Dr. Mehta.
Good morning. My name is Fabien Cadez. I joined the ILO on last Friday. I'm on a temporary mission for 6 months, and I work for the Department of Youth Employment.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lena Yan, and I'm a junior technical officer at the ILO. In the past few years, I have been working on supporting the partnerships, knowledge management, and projects on youth employment together with Susanna. I have worked also with many of you in the past few years to share your knowledge and to support evidence-based action for youth employment. Nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Felipe Ribeiro from Brazil. I'm a cultural diplomacy social developer for the Latin American network of cultural and art markets workers, sorry. And I'm also working with the United Nations ECE on the markets regulamentations and standards, which we will talk about more later. Thank you.
Sorry.
Hello.
We're going to put you on the spot as a newcomer. Can you please introduce yourself?
So good morning. My name is Marco Andriu. I'm deputy head of the Asia section at the SDC, the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, and I'm also a program manager for Nepal and India. And we have a couple of TVET, so technical and vocational education and training programs that I'll talk about today. And I'm curious to learn the current state of research on youth employment. So thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Ellen van der Hoven. I'm a researcher and PhD student at the University of Glasgow in Scotland. I primarily work on apprenticeship policy. Specifically here, I'll be talking about in the context of Mexico, but also in the broader context of global policy transfer and the interest of international organizations in this policy.
Hello, everybody, and good morning. My name is Oğuz Başol. I'm coming from Turkey, and I'm working as a professor at the University of Kırklareli, Turkey. And today I'm going to present a kind of presentation about digitalization and its effect on youth unemployment. And also, it's a great honor for me to be here and to meet all of you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kamila Makhmutova. I'm from Russia, and I study public policy for sustainable development goals at the University of Geneva and Tsinghua University. And my research studies are attributed to policy incentives for sustainable technology investments in corporate sector. But I'm also very interested in youth employment research. So thank you.
Okay, good morning. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm Maria Mexi. I'm head of research on employment social policy at the Task Platform, which is a research center based at the Geneva Graduate Institute. And I'm here because tomorrow I'm going to present the key findings of the Youth and Social Dialogue report, which was published recently by the Employment Policy Department and the Tripartism and Governance Department. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Denise Decius. I'm from Montreal, Canada. I'm also a double master student at University of Tsinghua and University of Geneva. I have previous experience as well working in Canada with an NGO addressing systemic barriers for access to employment for youth. So it's nice to meet everyone here today.
Hi everyone, my name is Wong Kong Chi. I'm from Malaysia, and I'm also under the master's degree program in Tsinghua and also UNICH. My research topic is focusing on the career education for left behind children in Yunnan. So I'm looking forward to what I can learn in ILO. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Liu Shongjun from China. I graduated from Renmin University of China, and my major was social welfare, which has very close relationship with Silo's focus or mandate. And now I'm also doing my master's both at Tsinghua University and the University of Geneva here. And my past experience is most on public policy, especially the medical policy. But I'm also very interested in the employment policy here. And thanks for the opportunity. I'm very looking forward to the events these 2 days. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello. 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 All right. So good morning, everyone. So I'm Nico. I'm from the Philippines. So my primary research has focused on the analysis of labor markets, TVET, and higher education systems, particularly in the Philippine context and in Southeast Asia. So I have worked as a consultant in Asian Development Bank and also with ILO. So also with Sarah on youth needs, so regional youth need trends, and also for tomorrow, please support my presentation from 9 to 11. So that first session, I think in Group A. So I'll be presenting the impact of TVET on youth employment outcomes. So this is primarily a quasi-experimental method. So more on that tomorrow. So thank you again for this opportunity. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Huan Yue Hu. I'm currently an intern working with Sarah in the analysis team. And I'm also a second-year master's student in economics here at the Geneva Graduate Institute. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Mauricio Eriksens. I'm the employment specialist for the Andes countries. And in those countries, I'm also working on youth employment policies.
Thank you so much. Now, I do want to, please, sorry.
Okay, am I audible enough? Good morning, colleagues. My name is Yoroke Eka Pimbwa. I come from Botswana in Southern Africa, a Chevening scholar from the University of Bristol with a background in policy research. I'm the founder of the Center for Policy Research Africa, which is a regional think tank looking into the political economy of SADC, Southern Africa, and the labor market policies, and with a very odd concentration. When people are looking into unemployment, I'm looking into underemployment. And I did a study on Angola, Botswana, and Namibia. And the think tank has been nominated by the African Union to advise on issues of youth, peace, and development. And I have an ambition to see how Africa and Europe can work together to develop long-term sustainable solutions to issues of youth underemployment. My gratitude to be here.
Thank you so much, everyone. Round of applause to those in the room. I do want to acknowledge that we have several people joining us online as well. I don't know if anyone's connected, but we have Hiba Hamzi, the program coordinator of NABA's organization in Lebanon. Welcome. We have Dati Ashish Thakur, working on as a research associate on gig economy in India. Welcome. We have Peter Amondi, who's joining us from, Peter, where are you from? He's the working
I'm from Kenya.
Poverty at home through the power of sports. Welcome, Peter. Where are you from, Peter?
I'm from Kenya.
Kenya, welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and then we have Hervé, who is working in the area of jurisprudence law from Cote d'Ivoire. Welcome. We have Maria Kitsa from Uganda. And probably there's others. Forgive me if okay. Hannah Pascucci, who's working for GIZ. Welcome, Hannah. Anthony Wambugu, who's Associate Professor of Economics, University of Nairobi. We have Melaknesh from Ethiopia. We have Tej, who's working as a consultant, ILO. Welcome, Tej. We have Helen joining us from London. Helen will join us on the panel from Asian Development Bank. Welcome, Helen. Asfa Kidanu from Pretoria, South America. We have Ali Salam, who's, we have Hibu Hamzi from Lebanon. I think that's it. So, warm welcome to everyone. Thank you for those wonderful introductions. Now let's continue to chat over coffee, which will be right out here. Thank you again. For those of you online, we will reconvene at 11 o'clock. See you soon.
Okay, I think most people have chosen the session that they would like to listen to. So I think we could get started. So thank you very much for joining this session. My name is Key. And I work here at the ILO, working on macroeconomic and employment policies issues. And I have the distinct pleasure and honor to moderate this session in which 3 papers will be presented. We have chosen the 3 papers with a view to looking more at, broader aggregate outcomes, whether, in terms of modeling and the outcomes, or in terms of the macroeconomic determinants of youth employment, or broader unemployment results as, outcomes as a result of different issues. So we have 3 papers being presented today. The first of them is by Fatma Yunus, who will present a paper on exploring the macroeconomic determinants of women employment in the MENA, so that's the Middle East and Arab region, in the 2000s. The second paper is by Professor Kaushik Gupta, who will present a paper on the indignity of labor, role of occupational prestige in unemployment. And the third paper is by Federica Bianchi, who will explore the impact of organized crime on decent jobs for youth, evidence from Italy. So with that short introduction, I would ask Fatma, who is the Deputy Country Lead at the Challenge Fund for Youth Employment in Egypt, to provide a 20-minute presentation. If you keep to 20 minutes so that we can ensure there's sufficient time for question and answers, that would be great. So Fatma, thank you, and please.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and thanks to everyone attending, whether virtually or here physically. It has been a pleasure for me to join you today. Let me start by a brief introduction about myself. As my colleague here mentioned, I'm Fatma and I'm from Egypt, and I work at the Challenge Fund for Youth Employment. It's a Dutch fund that we work in 11 countries, and Egypt is one of them, to provide decent jobs for youth and especially women. Today's topic, I will talk more about the macroeconomic factors that impact women employment in the MENA region, as it was part of my thesis defense as a part of my master degree. So first, I'm gonna give you some background about the MENA region and talk quickly about the methodology, the findings, and also conclusion and recommendations. So women have been played a crucial role in the national and international economies, and unemployment is a huge issue worldwide, and especially in the MENA region. The region is considered as the second largest economic gender gap, and it was expected to take 115 years to close the gap, according to the Global Gender Gap Index. The factors that we are talking about, whether fiscal or monetary policies, they prove to have direct and indirect impact on employment. So besides unemployment and underemployment, we have other issues in the region, such as the gender wage gap, the occupational segregation, and the informality, in which women constitute the majority of employees in the informal sector. Here, just a brief to show you where the MENA region exists on the female labor force participation across the regions. So we can see the latest line is that the lowest female labor force participation is in the MENA region. And on the right, we can see the female to male labor force participation rate in the MENA. It's slightly improving, but not much, as we can see. So my research was exploring the macroeconomic factors in 5 countries, in Egypt, Jordan, Morocco, Tunisia, and Algeria. And the reason the choice of these countries is that they share a lot of characteristics when it comes to instability, whether political or economic instability, but also some kind of patriarchal culture exists in those 5 countries. And here there are some graphs about
the unemployment rates in each country. We can see that Algeria, Tunisia, and Jordan have improved their female to male ratio over the years, whereas like in Egypt and Morocco, the ratio has declined. So the research question is, what are the macroeconomic factors that affect women employment in the MENA region? And we are talking how they directly and indirectly impact the quantity and also the quality. So again, it's not about the numbers, but also the quality of jobs. And here comes the decency of jobs that we will talk later about. Here we focused on the fiscal policies when it comes to the government spending and the government investments and taxation. And here only personal income taxes and value added tax or VAT. When it comes to monetary policies, inflation, interest rate, and IMF programs are the ones that we're gonna focus about. Why this was significant and why it raised my interest to do it is that the micro level studies were dominating, and also many studies lack the theoretical framework, and they focus only on empirical or descriptive and not ignoring the whole picture. Again, also, there were some challenges of collecting the data, since in most of this research tends to focus on the Western women employment, and little attention was given to the MENA region. And even the data was found, it was not up to date. So there were like some limitations in the research. The methodology was primary data, and it was a self-administrated questionnaire for 27 employed and unemployed women in the 5 mentioned countries, age of 18 and above 35. And the secondary was from the World Development Indicator and IMF and the World Economic Outlook. Again, this is just some demographic info that we can skip for now for the sake of the time. But let's jump into the findings. So the results show that the fiscal and monetary policies impact economy and job creation. And the majority believe that they have a significant to moderate positive impact on women when it's a growth, when the country is flourishing economically. But if the country are following contraction policies, it has a significant to moderate negative impact on women employment opportunities, because it leads to changes in the labor market, and a lot of women experience job losses or wage stagnation. Also, when it comes to the negative impact, how this was impacted, again, there was like reducing salaries, increased unemployment, no salary raises, and also increased unpaid care and limited career advancement. When we ask about the challenges, these were the most 4 challenges that they were mentioned in the research. The first is the care and family responsibilities, like how women are held responsible for taking care of the family or the children or the elderly, which can hinder their participation in the labor market. The second came lack of supportive policies. Of course, policies are great, but not all of them are being followed. For example, the parental leave and the flexible work arrangement. A third came the gender discrimination and the lack of access to transportation. Other barriers mentioned harassment at the workplaces, violence, limited access to technology, education and training, and limited access to finance. Next, we asked the people, like, how do they think this macroeconomic policies are effective? And the first one was the policies that promote financial inclusion. Of course, women have been discriminated against when they apply for loans, for example, in the banks or in the institutions, because of the collateral assets. It's not with their names. So again, there was a lot of studies regarding how women faced a lot of discrimination and biases when they apply for like financial loans to either start their business or to grow their businesses. Next came the policies that provide income and support and social safety nets. Third is the policy that promote access to education and training. And the third and the fourth is the policies that promote gender equality and pay equity measures. When it comes to the fiscal policies, there was an agreement that the reduction in public spending in healthcare and education has a negative impact on women. And this is giving some background. So in Jordan, the public health spending has decreased from 5.6% of the GDP in 2011 to 3.4% in 2006. And also there will be an increase in indirect health spending by the individuals. Same situation in Egypt, where the government decreased the spending on healthcare as a percentage of the GDP from 1.63 to 1.35. And here there are some of the government spending programs that they suggested that can support women employment. Here we're talking about funding affordable, accessible childcare services to support the working mothers and families, investment in public transformation, and also the program that support like women entrepreneurs. And then came like the grants for the companies, especially private sector, that they can adopt family-friendly policies such as flexible work arrangement. And the last is the career training programs. Next here, again, the results show that reduction in public sector employment has a significant to moderate negative impact on women employment, same as the public investment in roads. On the contrary, they have a positive impact for women. And here, also, the respondents agreed that the taxes have a moderate to negative impact, especially for the women who are at the household. They have the financial burdens of like filing their taxes. And it was reported that providing tax credit for companies that offer family-friendly policies have very significant impact, followed by giving tax incentives for companies that employ women and reducing the VAT. And especially for the feminine or like the products, especially for women, like sanitary products, something's called like the pink taxes, where women pay a lot of taxes for these products. Next, when it comes to inflation, it was proved that it has significant to moderate negative impact. And then 37% voted that the inflation have a positive impact. And here we are talking how they have like the two impacts. So inflation can be positive in terms of increasing the demand of goods and services, which can create job opportunities. But on the other hand, it can have a negative effect that can lead to job losses or reduce economic growth. And also, it's also known that women are the first to get laid off when there is economic downturns. Last is the IMF programs. The results were diverse about this. Some have positive and some has negative and some has no impact, but they all agreed that the countries that they get the loans from IMF, they have to do some measures such as reduction of public sector or public spending on social services or the subsidies in the countries. And Egypt is one of the countries that they have reduced the subsidies for fuel and energy, which led to high inflation and affected the low and middle income families and especially women. To conclude, there was a variation and neutrality in some of the responses, and this is because number of reasons. One of them, the lack of understanding or the awareness about the macroeconomic policies in their countries. So it's important to take this into consideration with the like analyzing the results. And in many developing countries, and not only in the MENA region, but women and girls are vulnerable to the effects of any economic changes, and especially the MENA region with what's happening in the recent years. The governments need to have social protection policies as the priority for women, which can include all the health services for mothers and children. And also the country's labor law and regulation need to be strengthened and monitored. Sometimes they are there, but they are not being followed, just to ensure that the work stability and security and also working conditions are met. The findings of the study were aligned with the literature found on women employment when it comes to the government spending, investment, taxes, inflation and interest rate, and also IMF program. And of course, the macroeconomic policies have a gendered impact, particularly if there are some sectors that women are overrepresented, such as like healthcare or education, and also the informal sector, as I mentioned. Let's dive into the recommendation. I'm not sure how we're doing with time, but I hope I'm doing well. Okay, that's good. Good to know. So for the IMF program, we believe that the IMF should consider a gender perspective from the beginning, rather than just after being already the policy has been made. It's also important to acknowledge that the traditional macroeconomic policies alone programs do not treat men and women equally, and we must explore how they affect women in both their work life and personal life. Usually women are dealt with as a homogeneous group, but they're not. I mean, some interventions may affect more the less fortunate women than the others. So it also, all of this needs to be taken into consideration. And again, the IMF should evaluate the impact of the programs before and after the implementation, in terms of the gender inequality, and also to focus on the paid and unpaid care work. When it comes to the government expenditures, providing family benefits can support women participation in the labor force, and having a parental leave programs and equal parental leave for mothers and fathers. So, for example, in Egypt, we don't have a parental leave. We have only maternity leave for the mother, but not for the father. So this is something that also can help, like, to lessen the burden of women, especially the working women, who sometimes they had to leave work to take care of the kids. So if it's shared responsibility, then of course we would see a lot of women engage more in the paid work. Increasing the government spending in education and health also is proved to be essential for the women economic status if they have affordable and high quality childcare, since it was one of the challenges that the women surveyed mentioned, that there were a lack of childcare, or it's not affordable for them. Last is important to review, track, and monitor the public budgets from a gender perspective. I think we sometimes get caught in the middle, that we don't think about how is this affecting women more than men in some cases. Next is the investment in infrastructure. Like, a lot of women also mentioned that they left work, or the work opportunities are not very close to their house, and it's not accessible. So expanding and improving access to infrastructure can help to facilitate women entry to the labor market, especially in rural areas. This will increase their chances to get employed. And especially the social infrastructure, and here I'm talking about hospitals and schools, expected to have like a stronger short and long-term impact than investing in the physical infrastructure. Last is prioritizing the capital investment over spending on consumption is essential, and here especially for the rural areas, this lack of improvement cannot be neglected. For the taxes, we should avoid relying too much on the indirect taxes and instead focusing on the personal and corporate income taxes, more progressive. And we make sure that the low income consumers are they have some expansions or a pay low than the others when it comes to VAT, especially for the products related to women's sexual and reproductive health, as I mentioned earlier. Also tax breaks or guarantees on loans to small and medium sized businesses can also help in creating more jobs opportunity for women. And also the policymakers need to look at maybe the cost benefit analysis in terms of both the money, but also the time for women and men. Last thing, and I promise this is the last thing, because when we talk about the macroeconomic situation, we only think about governments, but governments will not be able to do it alone. And here comes the private sector engagement, and the governments can leverage the resources and the expertise of the private sectors to promote gender equality and women's employment in the workplace. And this can offer, the governments can offer tax incentives or grants or subsidies to the private sector company to promote the gender equality and women employment in the workplace. And this will help in reducing the pay gap between gender, but also more incentives for women to join, because in many countries, women work more in the public sector rather than private sector, because they mentioned it's very demanding. It works a lot, working for long hours, and they had to leave because they cannot take care of their family. So if we have policies in place that will support the gender equality and women employment, I believe this will solve a lot of issues. Final remarks. I know the MENA region witnesses several challenges when it comes to economic stability and job creation, and there have been a lot of efforts. And one of the efforts is the project that I work in, helping and supporting women to join the labor market and to make sure that they have a decent work jobs. But after the research, I felt that there's so much to learn and so much to do when it comes to creating job opportunities for women in the region. In the research, I tried to explore the factors and how they affect women. But again, as I mentioned, there were a lot of limitations when it comes to data, especially the macroeconomic data, and especially in the MENA region. So I hope by my presentation that I give some insights to you, and I'm happy to share with the other here any questions or comments. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Fatma, for an excellent presentation. I think it was a great reminder that, despite many years of progress, there's still large gender gaps and inequalities in the labor market. And I think a good reminder that macroeconomic policies in particular have a gendered impact. And I thought, despite a small sample of surveyed people, that the menu of policy options were very specific and very comprehensive for that matter. So thank you very much for that presentation. Perhaps I think maybe best that we open up the floor for any questions you may have directly to Fatma. For maybe we can take 3 questions for each of and then at the very end, we will also open up the floor for to ask questions to any of the presenters. So let me open up the floor to if you have any questions for Fatma, please.
Can I ask one?
Yes, of course. And of course, panelists are more than
mentioned about so many macroeconomic policies. But in case of macroeconomic policies, you know that in many countries, especially the developing ones, the government faces some budget constraints. So whenever there is any fiscal policy, the important thing is that how it can be financed. Say, as you said, that public infrastructure, example, like increase in expenditure on roads and transports. My question, there are 2 questions. First is that it's a general policy. So it will be a positive boost for both men and women. The second is that, how do you suggest how to finance that policy? If you consider financing that policy either by, say, increasing money supply or through taxes, that will be a mix of monetary and fiscal policy. And this is my first question. And second one is that inflation, usually we find that it has a negative impact on the economy as a whole, and naturally it will affect the woman negatively. But you mentioned about some positive effects. Will you just focus on those points?
Questions, and then you can answer probably two. So maybe we take a couple more and before moving on to the before asking Fatma for
first question was on, it's a mix of fiscal and monetary policy, because essentially when we find that there is any fiscal policy, the question is how that can be implemented, unless, I mean, how it can be financed. Okay, so you mentioned tangentially one thing about private sector, but is it purely dependent on private sector?
Okay, thank you, Kaushik, for that question. Yes, please.
Hello. Good morning. So my question is primarily targeted on specific issue of the respondents' profile. So how many respondents you have? Around 27. Okay, so first question is, what is the profile of these respondents, and what made that justify that we can link this particular set of respondents' perspective of the impact of these macroeconomic policies that you inferred from. So what is the selection process for these respondents? And yeah, basically because you try to link, you try to infer from their responses, right, from this particular set of respondents. So I'd like to know the profile and then the selection process for these respondents. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Any other questions? Yes, please.
Perhaps to follow up on the previous question, I was also wondering whether you saw any differences between the and in terms of challenge for women who are older or younger. We do know, well, this is not fully a homogeneous groups. Certain there are differences and different challenges that women face depending on where they are coming from, how old they are, and so forth. Did you also perhaps notice any major differences in that? How it's how do they cope with the challenges? And secondly, whether the external programs, like for instance the Challenge Fund of are they contributing to making those challenges a little bit less? Thank you. Thank you.
Great. So perhaps we stop here, and then at the after all the presenters are presented, we will also take some questions for all of the presenters. If I could just add one more question, I think. So I thought the set of recommendations was very comprehensive. One thing I didn't really catch, though, perhaps if I'm not mistaken, is really the issue of social norms. I think social norms, of course, play an important role in outcomes in the labor market. And I was just wondering whether, what, if any, the research says in relation to social norms. Thanks very much. Over to you, Fatma.
Okay, thank you so much for the questions. So let me start with you. When it comes to the fiscal and monetary policies, it's a very complicated process. Let's agree on that. And I'm not an economic expert, maybe, but when it comes to financing, as I mentioned, part of it can come from the private sector, but also the foreign investments can play a lot of role in that. When the country facing a lot of have a lot of investment, they can be channeled towards a specific policies that maybe promote employment, and especially employment for women. This is one question. For the second question regarding the inflation, most of the responses said it's negative, but there were a few people voted that it's positive. And here we're talking about increasing the demand. So there is for goods and services, and then they can create jobs. To be honest, it was surprising to see that some people voted that it can be positive. But when I dig deeper, I realized that it can be if the demand is high. So a lot of businesses want to hire more people to work. So this can be one side. And of course, everything has like two sides, and maybe one side prevails than the others. This is when it comes to inflation. And then your question about the sample. Let me start by saying that, of course, the sample size is so small, and we cannot generalize. It gives us some insights about how things are going in the 5 countries. So the sample, the responses were, let me tell you exactly, there were like 25 Tunisian, 23 Egyptians, 19 Moroccan, and 18 Algerians, and 15 Jordanians. And regarding the age, 26% were above 35. 26 were between 21 to 26, and 33 between 31 and 35, and 15% age 27 to 30. And their employment status was also indication. So 89% of the women were currently employed, and only 11% were unemployed. This is also that we took into consideration in the analysis, and it was a self questionnaire, administrative questionnaire, which was online. It was open to anyone who was interested to join. Again, the fact that the questionnaire is online, it creates some kind of biases that only people who have internet they can access, and those people are the one who filled the survey. So again, this is a reason that we cannot generalize the respondents, but just again to give us some insights. You had another question, I can't remember, I'm sorry.
It was about the women also not being a homogeneous group.
Yeah.
So whether there are any differences in terms of age and location, and whether private sector partners and external funders do make a difference.
Yeah. So there was a lot of neutral answers within the same group age, and there were a lot of variants of responses. But we noticed that the people who are age 35 and above, they're mostly voting negative impact for almost all the macroeconomic policies. The youngest one, like I'm talking about 27 to 30, or like even 21, starting from 21, they were neutral, and my assumption was that maybe they are not aware of the policies, or they don't have enough knowledge about it, or they cannot really see the effects of it. So this is part of the question. And in the second part, program like the Challenge Fund, we make sure that we incentivize the private sector, because of course, as I mentioned, government cannot do all the work. So what we do is that we provide funds, but also technical assistance and some elements that the private sector don't care much about, such as the social impact. We all know that the private sector care mostly about the money, but when we talk about social impact, like what is that to them? So we try in our 11 countries to provide technical assistance, not only the fund to expand their business, but and to hire more people, but also to provide them with technical assistance when it comes to gender, it comes to social inclusion and youth empowerment. These kind of things are not very familiar to the private sector, so we are trying to introduce this to the private sector. And you had a question about the social norms. Another paper, not this one, I included the social norms, but maybe this one, it was not related to the macroeconomic. I tried to separate the micro and the macro, although I mentioned some of it. But of course, social norms plays a crucial role in the women employment, especially in the rural areas where like women, maybe they don't get education and they take care of their siblings, or they help their parents like in farming and all of that. So again, social norms is a crucial thing, but it was not the focus of this paper. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much, Fatma. A round of applause for Fatma, please. So thank you very much. We'll move on to the next speaker, Kaushik Gupta, Professor of Economics at the University of Calcutta. Please, sir.
I'll present myself. Okay, so I'll operate the laptop. A very good morning. I should thank ILO and IDRC for giving me an opportunity to speak in front of you. Actually, it's a joint work with Boishakhi Marjit, Sugata Marjit, and Shoibal Kaur. So Sugata Marjit and Boishakhi Marjit at present, they are in Hong Kong, China. They are delivering some lecture, and Shoibal is an expert in labor economics. Frankly speaking, I am not an expert in labor economics. I work on international trade, and some issues I just integrate with that of international trade. Basically, my background is economic theory. So what I have done here, I have tried to model this occupational prestige, but I'll not be technical, much technical. Rather, I'll focus on some diagrams just to illustrate the issues, and I'll motivate the problem gradually. Actually, you can see that in developing countries, especially, including my own country, India, and also some of the developing countries, that ranking of jobs, this is related to social prestige or occupational prestige in traditional, mainly in traditional societies. And this social prestige or occupational prestige, these are related to history, these are related to age-old beliefs, perception, and so many things. And once we take into account of all these things, it's a matter more related to sociology than of economics. When we take into account of all these things, markets do not work properly. It's not that when there is excess demand for labor, wage will adjust and will clear the market. And when there is excess supply of labor, wage will fall and will clear the market. It's not like that. Now, why this arises? This arises because of a term that I use, indignity of labor, which is a very important problem in the context of developing countries. I'm giving you some examples. Master students in USA and UK during summer, they work in McDonald's shop or they work in KFC as a restaurant boy. It doesn't matter because there is dignity of labor. But in developing countries, in many of the developing countries, it matters. So actually what happens is that there is excess demand for these types of jobs. And people, they're reluctant to work. They're reluctant to work for low-ended jobs, which has lesser occupational prestige. In big cities, it's very difficult to find plumbers and electricians, though there is always a demand for plumbers and electricians, because engineers will never work as plumbers, because even if you pay the engineers high, they will not work because of occupational prestige. Actually, I shall refer to a study by Grow and others, which is a World Bank study. He mentioned about Jordan, the Jordanian case. Jordanian unemployment is mainly due to reluctance of the youth to accept jobs which are not prestigious. So the question is how to endogenize this prestige, how to take into account of this prestige factor in explaining any economic issue. Actually, I'm not going through the literature in details, but I just want, as I have already mentioned, the purpose of this paper is to provide a simple, very simple theoretical model of occupational prestige and unemployment, because it has rarely been captured in economics. Basically, it's more related to sociology. And to motivate the idea, we did a small pilot project, a small case study for the city of Kolkata. I mean, earlier it was Calcutta. The new name is Kolkata. So the city of Kolkata. And we surveyed 455 individuals, out of which we just concentrated on 380 educated youths. Mainly this problem is related to the youths. And we have categorized of all these educated, 380 educated youths, 224 as undergraduate or postgraduate students who want to have some job, but they are very much conscious about prestige. 26, we found that they are already passed out, but they failed to get a job, maybe due to prestige. And we designed the questionnaire in that manner. 91 individuals were engineering students who were reluctant to take some of the jobs, and 39 individuals from different training institutes. So just a very small survey. Now, what we found here is that in most of the cases, as Sarah Elder mentioned, that how many of you are in favor of the supply side of labor and demand for labor? I raised my hand in the context of supply of labor because my focus is on the supply side of labor. I'll assume throughout, just to make matters simple, that the demand is uniform. Yes, demand can vary, but my concern is not about wage rate. It's mainly my concern is on occupational prestige. So what I found is that if we focus on the supply side, just the supply curve is inverted. In what sense? If we measure along the horizontal axis, the ranking of jobs, now how we rank the jobs in case of conducting a pilot survey, we just rank the jobs in terms of expected income. Of course, it's related to prestige, and prestige was related to expected income. So, and the number of individuals, the number of respondents, and within the youths, we have categorized on the basis of different ages. And in most of the cases, we found that the supply curve is inverted. We tried to provide a microtheoretic foundation behind this, and why this supply curve looks like that of inverted U. So actually, you just ignore the bar, just approximate it by a line diagram. It reaches a peak and then falls as the expected income increases. Now, what are the issues behind it? That I will show in terms of a theoretical model. This is for students' data, for non-working data, as well for engineering students' data. For the training students, it's not inverted U. It's something abrupt that I found, though the sample was not very huge. Now I shall model this prestige part. Now, how to model prestige? Now, for this, I've taken some ranking. I've taken the concept of, use the concept of continuum. That suppose prestige is indexed by a variable Z, and it lies between 0 to 1. When it's close to 0, it means it has a low prestige. When Z is close to 1, that means from the job, the prestige is high. So the prestige function, if I call it S, it's a real valued number. It varies on the basis of ranking of jobs. And there is an upper limit, there is a lower limit. Now we know, of course, along with prestige, the market wage rate varies. But my main focus, rather our main focus, was not on market clearing factors, market wages, rather this prestige factor. So for simplicity, I have assumed the wage rate to be given. And if I assume the wage rate to be given, that you can see on the board that W curl Z depends on WZ along with some prestige factor, that is SZ. So I can say this W curl Z as the prestige augmented wage rate. And that critically depends upon the ranking of the jobs Z, because W being given and S is the prestige factor. That changes the level of W curl. Now, given this prestige issue, that I can always link this, I can always consider this WZ to be given and or WZ to be a variable, but I have assumed, I mentioned it at the beginning, I have assumed for simplicity, as I said, the WZ to be given, because W can vary with Z. But my main focus, as I said, our main focus is not on W rather than the prestige factor. Now we can rank individuals, and actually we have ranked them, M individuals or M households rather, on the basis of their wealth levels, because higher wealth can support unemployed people, more unemployed people. Now, if we just rank them, then we can link that with that of a concept of reservation wage. Now, we can say if we rank for these M types of jobs, so wealth actually is not playing the main role, but this reservation wage is playing the main role. So W01 is the lowest level of reservation wage, and W0M is the highest level of reservation wage for a job. Without receiving this wage, people will not work. And that varies with ranking of jobs. So if again we consider this reservation wage as a continuum, we can call it WR, and in general, we can say it's a function of theta. The theta is the ranking of the jobs from 0 to 1, just like that of Z. And there are some restrictions of theta on theta. Say, for example, if theta increases, that is the ranking in the society increases, the reservation wage also increases. So if theta is low, reservation wage is low. In this way, we have determined the number of aspiring individuals, the supply function. Now, we tried to search for that reservation wage, at what reservation wage, the critical reservation wage, at which the reservation wage should be equal to the prestige augmented wage rate. If we can find out that, that gives us a critical reservation wage. Below that reservation wage, everybody will try to work. But if the reservation wage is too high, below the prestige augmented wage rate, then nobody will work. So using that idea, I have used this diagram, just a diagram, which you can see that I have measured prestige augmented wage rate along the vertical axis and theta along the horizontal axis. So if the ranking of the jobs increases, obviously the reservation wage increases. And I said that reservation wage is equated with that of prestige augmented wage rate. Reservation wage increases on one hand, and on the other hand, Z is not measured along the two axes. Z is the level of a ranking of jobs. So if Z increases, obviously theta also increases, but it leads to a shift of the prestige augmented curve. So the area of the curve below that, the area shows the supply of workers. So you can see from the figure that if Z1 increases, the prestige augmented wage rate increases, and the supply of labor, the area increases from A to B. So it is very much related to increase in Z. The question that I want to mention in this context, that is very interesting. The thing is that, as I said, that I'll focus on the supply factors, but one more important thing that we should take into account is the ability to work, whether the workers, they possess the skill or the ability to work. Now, if we consider the number of workers along the vertical axis and the ranking of the jobs along the horizontal axis, we find that this LA curve, you can see from the figure, which is downward sloping, which shows the ability of work in the sense that for low-ended jobs, many people can work. They may not work due to low prestige, but many people can work. But actually, as the job ranking increases, it requires more skill, more ability. If the job ranking increases, in that case, it's not possible for all to work. So there are some people, if you consider the range LA, L, LS, you can see that after this L, if you consider the right-hand part of L, you will find that after this L to LS stretch, people have ability to work. I mean, supply of labor is more, but the ability to work is less. Just drop a perpendicular from LS part. You will find the height of LS is more than the height of LA curve, which means that I measured number of workers available along the vertical axis, which means that there is more supply of workers, but there is less able workers. This is true for skill jobs. So we can ignore this LA, LS part and just retain Z0, L, Z bar part, which gives you the effective supply. And it looks at, if you just observe it carefully, it looks closer to that of inverted U. Job rankings with that of job rankings. And for job rankings, higher is the job rankings, one can expect higher is the expected income. Now, if you look at this figure carefully, just up to Z0 level, nobody is interested to work because it has so low occupational prestige. So after Z0, people are willing to work. But after a level L, so NSL Z bar, Z0L Z bar rather, Z0L Z bar is the effective supply of labor curve. After reaching point L, we find that people will work on the, lesser people will work on the basis of their ability. So this is the effective supply curve. Now, if we consider this effective supply curve, yes, if we consider this effective supply curve, then we find that there can be different levels of demand. As I said, my focus is on supply. So I've assumed demand to be uniform for all types of work. Yes, of course, one can change the assumption, one can vary the demand, but still the essence of the argument will not be shifted. So let me focus on the neutral case. Now, there can be two levels of demand. One is very, very high demand, that is D bar 1. Another is a lower level of demand. Now, when it's very, very high demand, D bar 1, it's always excess demand, so it's trivial. So I'll not take into account of D bar 1 case, that is the D bar 2 case is more interesting. Now, if you consider the supply curve, effective supply curve, which runs from 0 to Z0, for which there is nobody is willing to work, from Z0, it reaches a peak L and then it falls. But there is a maximum level Z bar, because beyond which there is nobody available. Nobody has the ability to work beyond that. Now, if D bar 2 is the given level of demand, just observe that up to 0 Z1, forget about 0 Z0. We know that there is nobody willing to work. But for Z0 Z1, there is excess demand for labor. For the Z0 Z1 range, there is excess demand for labor and supply is less. That means jobs are available, but people are not willing to work because of the prestige factor. That is due to indignity of labor. But if you consider the range after that, Z1, Z2, we have excess supply of labor, demand is less, and we have actually involuntary unemployment. For the third range, Z2, Z bar, we find that again, demand is high, but supply is less. That is not due to that they do not like to work that job. It's not like that. Because of lack of skill. For high-level jobs, there is lack of skill and there is excess demand. So you can ask me that this is the basic result. Just a minute. This is the basic result. With uniform distribution of demand across occupations, voluntary employment is likely to emerge for jobs with low occupational prestige. For jobs with high prestige, excess demand is there because of shortage of high skills. And for jobs in the middle, it's the involuntary unemployment that emerges. Now, you can ask me that if there is excess demand and excess supply, wages will automatically clear the market, but it's not the case. In developing countries, wages are slow to adjust. Wages are slow to adjust because, as I said, it's guided by prestige issues and various other issues. So, and often we find that labor is unionized. So slow to adjust and the markets are not corrected. So involuntary unemployment that persists in developing countries. Now the question is, if we want to consider the implications of this voluntary unemployment for any employment survey, and we provide a very simple example. Just consider the straight line 0, Z1, Z2, Z bar, and 1. So 0 to Z1 means it's a very low-ended job. Lower level of occupational prestige. Z1, Z2 is the range which signifies involuntary unemployment. Now, actually, you see that Z1, Z2 people can work within the range 0, Z1, but it will never happen. Even if you pay the engineers more, they will not work as plumbers. So whenever there is any survey on involuntary unemployment, even if you, that's what is mentioned in the red color. So in that case, the salary of the engineers, even if you say that the salary of the engineers will be increased and the plumbers will fall, they will not be willing. So actually, what we find here, whenever a survey on involuntary unemployment is conducted, one should be careful about taking into account of that voluntary unemployment part as well, which is missing in case of most of the surveys. Actually, the third part, I mean, up to Z0, Z2, Z bar, for that, we find it's not actually voluntary unemployment, rather this excess demand persists due to lack of skill. So in this way, one can classify the jobs for employment survey. Now, there is a concept of reservation wage, as I mentioned. Now, what happens if there is a shock in the system? If there is an increase in reservation wage? The interesting thing is that the way I've drawn initially the supply curve as a positively sloped curve, it will shift. Now, when it will shift, as you can see from the figure, that in this case, it's uncertain actually. It depends upon the nature of the shift. In this case, in the first case, we find what? We find there is an increase in the voluntary component. You see that earlier the voluntary component was Z0, Z1. Now it has increased to Z1 dashed as a result of, 0 to Z1. Now it is increased from 0 to Z1 to 0 to Z1 dashed. And there is choking of the level of involuntary unemployment. But it may not be true. That depends upon the nature and shape of the supply function, because after all, it's a micro-theoretic model. So you cannot predict that it will always be a parallel shift or like that. It depends upon that whether there is a rotation of the curve or not. Now, whatever may be the type of shift, we always find that there is an increase in the voluntary component. But for involuntary component, we cannot predict. It may increase, it may fall. So in this case, we find, as we find here, that the level of voluntary unemployment has increased. So what matters, this is the final remarks that I want to say, is that what matters if we want to link occupational prestige with that of jobs, indignity of labor, then what matters is the range of voluntary unemployment, which is ignored in many of the studies. And also, as I mentioned, that any measure of unemployment should be done cautiously because it has a voluntary component as well. And as I mentioned, that increase in reservation wage increases voluntary unemployment, though the impact on involuntary unemployment cannot be definitely predicted. Thank you for your patient hearing.
Thank you very much, Kaushik, for that great presentation. I also thought it was a great reminder that youth unemployment challenges are very complex. I think you touched upon the issues of reservation wages, essentially skills mismatches, that perhaps educational systems have not transformed or has kept pace with the level of, that outpaced actually, that educational progress had outpaced structural transformation in some cases. And so you have this queuing for jobs that takes place. So I thought it was a great presentation. So with that, let me open up the floor to for any questions that you may have on this paper. Thank you.
Good morning. Okay. So just from a policy perspective, so I was thinking of ways how to increase occupational prestige of specific segments of the labor market. So is it increasing the wages of, say, the plumbers in your example? So how do policymakers or what policy levers will be available at their disposal in terms of increasing this particular variable or this factor of occupational prestige? Because naturally, people would tend to upskill and reskill towards the higher skilled jobs that would, in general, the norms or the social norms would be to assign prestige to those segment of or that group of high skill jobs. So how do we intervene with the market, or do we allow it to play around, and then it is what it is in terms of the reason why? Do we want to transition towards to eliminate completely the unemployment and then probably labor reallocation? Is that the goal in terms of this discussion? So yeah, that means my question.
Thank you. Further questions? Yes, please.
As you said, the prestige involved when particularly the people from high skill job. But what I think is more important when it belongs to the actually vulnerable groups, the households which is poor, but you are highly educated, and they are forced to work. They don't have that kind of you can say they cannot wait, or they cannot like they have to force to work to survive. So in that case, whether the whole hypothesis works, in particularly in Indian case, obviously those who belongs to the vulnerable groups like poor and those who are from scheduled caste, scheduled tribe categories, obviously they are highly educated, but they have to forced to work to survive, or because they cannot wait for longer period, for that kind of jobs what you are just mentioning about the high skill, high paid, or high kind of the occupational prestige job. So my question is like, is universally applicable, or is it just in case of in a particular situation?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Any further questions? Yes, please, Sarah.
Okay, thank you. I really enjoy this paper because it, as Keith says, it's so complicated. And we have a lot of countries in the world that are grappling with this exact situation. You have the low prestige jobs that we simply can't convince our local populations to take. The only way of filling these low prestige jobs is to bring in migrant workers. And migrant workers, we're almost in competition now for migrant workers to come and do these low prestige jobs. So you either have to figure out means of making these jobs more appetizing for the general population, but there will always be this threshold by which prestige trumps even wages, as you say. So it creates a real dilemma, as I see, on the part of governments, because do they go after solving the voluntary unemployment or the involuntary unemployment? If they're going after solving the involuntary unemployment, in a way, you're already dealing with the more privileged population groups, those who have managed to keep themselves in the education system, those who probably come from wealthier households, the graduate unemployed. And if you are trying to give subsidies to the enterprises in the high-skilled occupations to take on more people, great, it's wonderful. We do need more high-skilled work to boost the productivity levels of countries, but in a way, it's reinforcing the inequalities of opportunities that we have in these countries. So more comment than a question, but I would love to get your opinion on how this can ever change and whether or not the governments are interested in changing this sort of divide. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Hi, before we continue, I just want to read one question from the chat from one of the online participants. Is occupational prestige an indicator for economic status or a withdrawal of labor from market? To me, desperate individuals will not choose not to work unless he or she fall back in their positions. I wonder if we can even categorize these type of individuals as unemployed.
Okay, thank you, Gabriela. Over to you, Kaushik. Thank you.
Oh, there are so many questions that let me answer this. First of all, the question raised by you. It's very interesting, but actually you see that it's very difficult to implement. It depends upon how it can be, the attitude can be changed. It depends upon social awareness, and it's a long drive program on part of the government, which may lead to sociological problems in the country because often it's guided by, as I said, history, beliefs, tradition, customs, and so on. Obviously, government can intervene had it been a case of, say, excess demand or excess supply due to movements of the wage rate, to clear the market. But here, in this case, it's very difficult to handle with prestige, which can be a long-term program on part of the government, but it cannot be solved in the short run. That we can say. And that is also related to Sarah's question also. That's truly, it's a dilemma on part of government, but that cannot be solved so easily. So government intervention, I think, will not help in the short run. It's difficult because it's more of a sociological issue. Your question is very interesting. One thing I forgot to mention, that actually we have not focused on the marginalized section of the population. We have considered, we motivated the problem on the basis of, say, undergraduate and postgraduate students. At least some education is there. Otherwise, people will survive for jobs and even for a very low level of developing countries. But in India, you know that we have large number of graduates nowadays. So even a person's, domestic helps person can be a graduate nowadays. So you don't know. So we have confined our study, the empirical part, on the basis of which we consider a stylized model for the urban area. So otherwise you can consider. So middle educated. So to capture the youth, we have focused on educated youth. Otherwise the problem will not stand. So it's mainly educated youth's problem, and herein lies the role of prestige. And as Sarah Elder has mentioned about that, how to just change this, eradicate this, this prestige factor. It's not so easy because it can create socio-political tension even, because sometimes it's guided by caste factor and so many things. So people can think that it's a work of a lower caste, not of the higher caste. One may have lack of education, but belongs to a higher caste. So in that case, prestige issue will arise. And this is typically a problem of developing countries, many of the developing countries. And just will you repeat the question in online?
I can show it.
Is occupational prestige an indicator of economic status or a withdrawal of labor? Disparate individual will not. Yes, it's a status. It's a status. It's an indicator. Occupational prestige is an indicator of economic status. Otherwise, we have not considered the marginalized section of the population. And there, the problem does not arise because people in that case, as we mentioned, already raised the question. So this is the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking of changing the mentality, so given that I've been working with private sector, so we have one company that work with the cleaning services. They worked on the changing the mentality for the workers. So instead of calling them cleaners, they call them helpers. You know, like a Uber and Careem model, they used a captain instead of driver. So those things have been very helpful.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion.
People, especially youth, who were very hesitant to join such jobs, but also using technology. So, for example, this company, they develop an app where if I'm in the household, I need to order someone to come and clean my house or to cook. There is an app that I can order, and the other person received the request and they confirm. So they also did a lot of a digital technology, awareness for them, how to use the app and how to confirm the orders. All this kind of things helped in getting a lot of attraction from youth to come join the jobs. And the last thing they had also where they have a uniform. So they don't just go to clean the house or to cook or babysit, but they have with the logo. And I have been a lot of contact with the people during our field visits, and they said that, okay, now I feel I'm proud of what I do. Previously, I used to hide that I work as a cleaner. Now I feel it's giving me a power, and I can share with others that I have been working as a cleaning.
That's a very, very good suggestion. That what I can think, just hearing your question, that yes, we can train, if we can train the worker, as also raised by him about that, what can be the way out. Digital awareness among the low-ended jobs people, more digital awareness, they can become savvy. And this is one part. Another part is, this is a part of training. Another part is, and it also requires government intervention in that sense. And another part is just to change the get-up as well as the terminologies used. Then that can raise their prestige. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much again, Kaushik. Perhaps a round of applause for Kaushik, please. Okay, so our third and last paper is by Federica Bianchi, who will talk on the impact of organized crime on decent jobs for youth, evidence from Italy. And Bianca has finished her master's from the University of Gothenburg. Bianca, please, thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. My name is Federica Bianchi, and today I'm presenting you my study, The Impact of Organized Crime on Decent Jobs for Youth, Evidence from Italy, which is also my master thesis, but was published as a working paper of the Quality of Government Institute of the University of Gothenburg. And before I start, I would like to thank the International Labour Organization and Include platform to give me the opportunity to present my findings to the international community. And I would love to have such a background as my colleagues here, but I just finished my master's studies in June. So currently I'm looking for a job, and perhaps I'm an example of how hard it is for young people to enter the job market and have decent job. So today if you can go to the first slide, please. Thank you very much. I will first introduce you the topic and the research question of my study, and then present the case study data methodology that I employ to conduct the statistical analysis. Then I will move to results and finally conclude with a number of recommendations for future research and policy implications. So first, I would also like to mention why I chose the topic, not only of decent jobs, but also of organized crime, because I think it's a very understudied topic, and that it also impacts the perception of young people that live in high criminal density contexts of their opportunities in the political, social, and economic environment. So decent jobs, we know that is a very important topic nowadays, and unemployment and need rates, for instance, are worrying at the global and national levels. And the international community has been trying to raise attention to problems beyond simple unemployment, so also vulnerable employment, working, poverty, or irregular inadequate earnings. Previous research has focused on a number of determinants of decent jobs, mainly the structural features of the economy, such as recessions or also the overall economic development, the education system in terms of skills mismatch, over or under education, and individual characteristics such as gender, immigration status, or culture, which are found to impact the quality of jobs for young people. A smaller section of research has found that as less jobs are available, the rates of crimes in terms of homicides or robberies, for instance, increase. However, to the best of my knowledge, only a small section of the literature has focused on organized crime as an explanatory variable, which is quite surprising considering that organized crime is a national and transnational problem that impacts about 80% of the world's population, and criminal activities produce between 2 and 5% of the world's GDP. So it's a very large problem that impacts everyone. For this reason, my research question is, to what extent does the presence of organized crime impact the availability of decent jobs for young people? And due to time and data constraints, I only could focus on 4 definitions of decent jobs, and I focused on regular employment, wages, labor market participation, and irregular employment. And I assume that where organized crime is more present, investments will also be lower. As there are their productivity is low, jobs are also less available, and we should see less regular employment. At the same time, as there are less jobs available, employers might tend to hire more experienced and skilled workers at the expense of young people having less experience, and therefore the supply of youth labor is larger than its demand, and wages should also be lower. On the other hand, instead, previous studies find that where unemployment is higher, also irregular employment is higher. So The presence of organized crime very often consists in more irregular jobs. In fact, organized criminal organizations very often manages or provide irregular workers to businesses and firms. So we should see more irregular employment, but also provide more profitable alternatives than the ones available in the regular market. So just to give a very simple and general example, a young person in Italy would earn about 1,200 euros a month, and a person dealing drugs for a mafia group would earn about 3,000 euros. So from a purely rational and theoretically rational thinking, a young person would have more incentives affiliating or working in the irregular and illegal economy rather than finding a job in the regular economy. To test my assumptions, I conduct a case study on Italy. Before I further explain the case study, I would like to mention that I focus on regions and provinces. Regions correspond to the NUTS 2 EU classification, provinces to the NUTS 3 EU classification of territories. I chose Italy not only because it's the country that I know best, but also because I believe it is an adequate scenario for testing the assumptions, because it, on the one hand, well, it is a high-income country and contributed to the 12% of the EU GDP in 2016, but also it presents a widespread presence of mafia-type groups. It is the 53rd country in the world and the first in the EU for mafia presence. So mafia is quite a big problem in Italy, but at the same time, it presents worrying conditions of the quality of jobs for young people compared to the EU average. So to give you two examples, the NEET rate in 2021 in the EU was 14%, and in Italy was 24%. And in the graph you see on the slide, it presents the annual income of young people with tertiary education. Compared to the EU median, young people in Italy every year earn between 6,000 and 10,000 euros less, which is quite a big gap. Moving to how I define my indicators and the variables, I define decent jobs for youth based on the ILO's guide on measuring decent jobs for youth. And as I mentioned, I decided not to focus on unemployment and NEET rates as previous research, but rather pick 4 different indicators for a number of reasons. Unemployment and NEET rates do not account for vulnerable and irregular employment, which are quite big and present problems in Italy. And so unemployment and NEET rates do not provide a comprehensive picture of the problems in the job market in Italy, but also these indicators are often not available disaggregated by territory or age. For this reason, I've used regular employment, adequate earnings, labor force participation, and irregular employment. And I retrieved the data at the provincial level, so at the NUTS 3 level, for the most recent year available from the National Institute of Statistics. And I use employment rate and mean wage per hour, non-participation rate, and unemployment rate. I believe the choice of using employment rate and mean wage should be straightforward, so I would like to focus on my reasoning and rationale behind choosing non-participation rate and unemployment. So concerning unemployment, as I was mentioning, previous research has found that the rate of unemployment increases as the size of the shadow economy increases. So as there are no more accurate or better indicators available, I decided to follow previous research and use unemployment as a proxy for irregular employment. On the other hand, instead, again, previous research has found that people that are working in the irregular or illegal economy often state to be inactive or unemployed in official statistics, and therefore would fall within the non-participation rate category. Furthermore, one second, and I also disaggregate the population by age group, and again, considering the specific context that I am analyzing. So I would like to mention that Italian young people are in secondary education on average until they are 18, in tertiary education until they are 27 on average, and eventually find a stable job at around 32-year-old. For this reason, I consider that it is important to look at people aged between 15 and 34, in contrast to previous research that often focused on youth until 24 or 29. But also, I decided to split this large age group into two subgroups to consider for the different dynamics that young adults, so people aged 25 to 34, have towards the labor market compared to teenagers or people in their 20s. So I also looked separately to people aged 15 to 24 and 25 to 34. Moving to my explanatory variable, organized crime, that I define as profit-driven, hierarchical, and structural networks of three or more people engaging in politics, legal and illegal economy, and managing criminal activities such as smuggling and trafficking in goods, drugs, weapons, people, also managing money laundering and extortion. Mafia type groups in Italy infiltrating the legal economy, especially in the construction and agriculture sector, food distribution, public procurement, but also, as I was mentioning, they often provide irregular workers to businesses and firms. I measured the presence of organized crime, so the presence of mafia, with the synthetic index of mafia presence developed by the Bank of Italy in 2021, as I believe it is the most valid, recent, and comprehensive measurement of the presence of mafia compared to the other alternatives available for a number of reasons. It gathers crimes covering the years 1991 until 2019. So it's a quite long time frame, considering that organized crime is a structural problem that evolves slowly over time. It is also available at the provincial level, so at the most, almost the most disaggregated territorial level. And as you can see from the graph on the slide, it is composed by 4 different categories that can be taken singularly as well. And each category is composed by crimes that are directly or indirectly attributed to mafia groups. And in this way, the underestimation of the problem can be reduced. Very brief on methodology, I conduct a quantitative cross-sectional case study on Italy using a sample of 106 provinces, which is almost every province except for one in Italy. And I also conduct a number of robustness checks to control and reduce endogeneity and biases, as I am fully aware that this type of research design, but also the phenomenon of organized crime, are prone to endogeneity and biases. For this reason, I also include in the analysis a number of control variables that previous research finds to be correlated either to decent jobs or organized crime, or both. So I control for the GDP of each territorial unit, corruption, education, enrollment, and the lagged version of the indicators of each of decent jobs to account for the structural trends in the labor market. And I finally repeat the whole analysis with data for adults that I define here, aged between 35 and 49, again, due to data availability, to control whether the presence of organized crime has a larger impact on young people, adults, or both categories. Moving to the results, the map on the slide represents the territorial units that are in my sample. The darker the shade of gray, the higher the presence of organized crime. So province A, I'm calling it province A for the sake of simplicity. Province A has a medium presence of organized crime, province B, a high presence of organized crime. So moving from A to B, the presence of organized crime increases, but also regular employment, average wages, and labor market participation decrease, while unemployment increases, which is in line with my assumptions. In more details, I find a positive correlation between the presence of organized crime and the quality of jobs, but there is a consistent variation and significance between age groups and indicators. But also the structural trends in the labor market, so the lagged version of the indicators, and the presence of organized crime are always in every model stronger predictors than the economic development, corruption, and educational attendance, which is quite in contrast with the larger section of previous research. For the sake of simplicity, I only reported here the results with the main explanatory variable, but you're very welcome to consult my study or ask me questions about further results. And in general, the regular employment decreases between 1 and 2.4% as the presence of mafia increases. Average wages decrease by 1.2 euros per hour, while labor market participation decreases of about 2% for every age group. Finally, unemployment, and I would like to recall that here is a proxy for irregular employment, increases between 3 and 4% for each age group. And I would like to make two observations here. The first concerning the fact that adults are not impacted by the presence of organized crime in terms of regular employment and average wages, but are similarly impacted as young people for the participation to the labor market and irregular employment. And the second observation concerns the 25 to 34-year-old category. As you can see from the results, it appears to be the age category that suffers the most from the presence of organized crime, which could also be intuitive considering that people aged 25 to 34 are more represented in a labor market than people aged 15 to 24, who might still be in secondary and tertiary education. So to conclude with a number of recommendations for future research, I really invite defining youth based on the context under study, as each country has specific dynamics of young people approaching the labor market, different average, different time and ages that people enter the labor market. And so I believe it is essential to disaggregate by age, as I did in my research, but also as gender, which I didn't further develop in my analysis, but my colleagues' work also demonstrates that women and men and other genders as well have different approaches and are impacted differently in the labor market, and there are different problems based on the genders and ages. I also invite to consider other indicators than the mainstream unemployment and need rates as suggested by the ILO. And as we know that unemployment is a problem mainly in developed countries, but underdeveloped or developing countries struggle more with underemployment or working poverty. And I invite to find or to develop better tools to measure irregular and illegal activities and the economy, as I am fully aware that using unemployment is quite a stretch and can offer only a rough estimate. And on one final point for the recommendations for future research is to really study organized crime and its impact on young people, as organized crime does not only impact society and the economy, but and especially young people and their opportunities, and to replicate perhaps the study that I only conducted on Italy, on other countries that may present similar features, of course, adopting appropriate measurements. Concerning policy implications instead, I stress the importance of recognizing organized crime as a national and transnational problem that, as I demonstrated, have an impact also on the labor market, specifically for young people, and to design policies according to the age and the territorial needs, as there is, as my research points out, at least in the context of Italy, variation between ages and territories. Again, I could invite to consider other problems beyond unemployment, and especially strive to tackle irregular and vulnerable employment. That is quite a big problem for young workers, especially by offering more legal, alternative, and profitable opportunities in the regular economy to avoid that people turn to organized criminal groups or alternative, not necessarily organized, to alternative criminal income opportunities that might be more profitable. And just a number of that I guess are the most popular suggestions is adopting minimum wage policies that many countries still do not have, including Italy, establishing paid training and internship contracts, and hiring subsidies to support young people entering the regular job market and staying in the regular job market. And I thank you for your time and attention.
Thanks, Frederica, for I thought it was an excellent presentation. You mentioned the transnational, it goes, it's a transnational issue. I think that's perfect. That's very correct. As you know, for example, I think in Sweden, they're also struggling quite a bit right now, with gangs, and of course, there's issues in Haiti, and different countries around the world. So I think a very pertinent issue. And I really also very much liked, following up that women are also not a homogeneous group, that youth also are not a homogeneous group, and how you have disaggregated youth into different groups. So let me open up the floor for any questions that you may have for Federica. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. It was really a fascinating research and a great presentation. Thank you so much. I have a question which perhaps is slightly beyond the scope. So I take advantage of no other questions on the floor. But I was curious when I hear you, to what extent the presence of the let's say the mafia-related activities in the certain southern part of Italy are related to lack of jobs and available jobs on, let's say, legal, formal market, and perhaps related to the economy and the crisis and the migrant crisis that Italy, this part of Italy, experiences, or to what extent it is actually a part of what, let's say, tradition, and actually an easy way out for youth to simply have a quick gain in income, as you also mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Yes, please.
Thank you for the presentation. First question is can you please elaborate again on the control variables? So that's one, because I'm thinking of other economic variables that might affect, because there are certain economic development indicators that can be included. So I did not quite catch all of it. And also I am interested in learning if this particular study have or differentiates the impact across gender. So my hypothesis is that maybe males are more affected in terms of their employment outcomes. So I don't know if you investigated that particular research question. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, please, Sarah. Okay, Frederica, thank you very much. And yeah, we chose your paper on purpose because it is a very understudied issue, and it of course adds to the complexity of opportunities for young people. Yet another complexity. There's so many complexities, but in societies where you have organized crimes or corruption, it does make it much more difficult in the opportunities for young people. But I wondered if you would consider to take it to the next step. I mean, what is the linkage between organized crimes and lesser opportunities for young people to gain decent work? Is it supply side because the pathways are being blocked? If you don't have the right connections to the organized crimes or to the corrupt hiring enterprises, then you're not being given an opportunity to apply and to gain employment. Or is it simply the lack of investments that corruption is causing in the state? So private sector is not growing, investment is not creating new jobs. So what would be your guess as to the connection? Thank you.
Just this is a small query. The title of your paper is Impact of Organized Crime on Decent Jobs for Youths. But what I think is that, is it due to lack of decent jobs we have more of crime? Isn't it just the opposite, that because decent jobs are available, youths are forced to get moved to, to get engaged in organized crime? And if you consider impact of crime on decent jobs, then is it that due to this mafia crime, or their earning there is much higher, so they do not care about decent jobs?
It's fair.
Okay, thank you very much. I think those are great.
Excuse me, Chair, just to maybe, if you allow me, because that's very triggering. Actually, whether the mafia jobs can be decent jobs, Just a follow-up here. So thank you.
Great. No, thanks very much for those questions. I think some excellent questions. I had the same in terms of the indigeneity issue, and also I think the gender. I didn't see that as a control variable, but I think probably this probably gendered impacts of some.
Jobs, she said, is related to my prestige issue as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so Frederica, Frederica, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, first question about, which I think was also raised somehow by your question, whether the lack of job actually increases the presence of mafia, or is it the other way around? Well, I tried to cover the issue of endogeneity and reverse causality in my research with different model specifications. So I used alternative explanatory variables, another like a different statistical test. So I tried to cover from a theoretical but also statistical point of view the issue of reverse causality. And of course, there is a section of the literature that finds that, in fact, as there is more crime, less jobs are available. So I believe that this is the reality, and it is also how it happens in most places, and it could also be the case for Italy. The thing is that I am not arguing for a causal link, so I'm not saying that organized crime reduces the availability of decent jobs. I am more finding a correlation. So in the same place where there is more mafia, there is also there are also lower quality jobs. And again, I'm fully aware that it's a main issue for the type of phenomenon that I am studying. And I believe research can only go up to a point with finding the reality and the real links due to the methods and instruments that we have. Perhaps going to every person that works for a mafia and ask for their reasons might be an better and more accurate measurements, but I guess this is not the easiest way. So of course, there are other reasons for which people can turn to organized crime, including that organized crime offers more profitable jobs. So I believe it is a main problem of my analysis and my study, and I'm fully aware of that. I hope that future research will follow this path and find more accurate results. And concerning the control variables, so I used the GDP of the province, as previous research finds that the overall economic development of a territory also impacts the availability of decent jobs. So of course, if a country or a territory is less economically developed, there should be also less jobs available. Corruption, as again, it is found that the quality of the governance of a territory impacts the quality of jobs, but also it impacts the presence of organized crime. So if you think about very less corrupted and more stable countries with high quality of governance, there should also be, or there is less infiltration of organized criminal groups in politics and the economy. Education enrollment, as I explained, people that are 15 to 24, 27 can still be in tertiary and secondary education and therefore are not in the labor market. And of course, someone who is studying in university, for instance, and does not work will follow within the category of unemployed, but that does not mean that is inactive, but is simply investing their time in studying. And finally, a lagged version of the indicators. So the long-term from year 2014 or 2010 to account for whether, for instance, unemployment is a structural problem or is more like current unemployment levels, for instance, are a problem of the economic crisis, or so structural problems, or mainly for the presence of organized crime. And I did not include gender for time constraints and data constraints. So on the one hand, I only had 4 months to write this research, and some of the data available at the provincial level are not disaggregated by age by the National Institute of Statistics. So I was mainly constrained constrained by the availability of data. Moving to the link of organized crime and less jobs, I hope I answered your question, or it was your question, I apologize. And there is a theory that I also included in my research. So the question was whether it is the prices of organized crime that determines the quality of jobs, or other factors such as the connections, or how does that work, if I understood the question correctly. There is a theory that I mentioned in my theoretical explanation that is called the social network theory, that explains that basically where organized crime is present, it's easier to find informal networks to access the labor market. And of course, it could be being recommended by someone, or working for with an irregular contract in a business or firm that is run by the mafia. So it's mainly about how organized crime not only reduces investments, but also offers alternatives to the population. So it's really not let's say, too far from reality, but organized crime is in a very low levels of society. So it's among people, and it's easier for people to reach organized criminal groups and ask for favors or access to specific jobs. And I guess this is the key to read this part of my argument, to understand that organized crime does not only reduce productivity, but helps people, is one-to-one connection sometimes. And also considering that organized crime very often offers protection to people working for them, offers living wages, and also supports the families of people that are either killed or jailed. So it's easier to work for an organized criminal group that protects you and your family when the state does not provide the sufficient assistance or insurance that is supposed to. So it's a para-state entity and an institution. I hope I answered the questions.
Great, thank you very much, Federica. A round of applause for Federica. So thank you very much, everyone. I think we have run out of time, unfortunately, but I would encourage you, if in case you had any further questions for the presenters here today, over coffee and over lunch, to follow up with those questions. We will break for lunch. You may know that our main cafeteria, is one floor up upstairs in R2, and we will reconvene at 2 p.m. There are 2 parallel sessions for you to choose and go to one of those sessions. Is there anything else, Gabriela or Sarah, that you want to announce before we break?
Just to say bravo to us for timekeeping. Well done. And thank you, Key, for moderating. And yeah, we will see you back here or in the other room at 2 o'clock. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Gabriela, of course, with all the help with running the session. Thank you, Gabriela.
Thank you.
To the session on future of work influences on youth labor markets. Now, the topic that we'll be addressing is mostly about workers in digital and platform, young workers in digital platform economies, whether these are opportunities or risks, whether there's positive and negative impacts. And for this, we have 4 presenters. Each one will have 20 minutes to present their document, and then afterwards we'll have the coffee break and then questions and answers. I'll try to keep a bit track of time. I'm not the best on that, but I'll actually try to make a big effort for that. So we will have first Namita Datta, who's the coalition manager for the Solutions for Youth Employment of the World Bank, but she'll be joining us online. So if we have Namita online, and afterwards we'll have Hilda Jacob. She's the senior researcher of the non-governmental organization Research on Poverty Alleviation. August Basol from the Kirklareli University.
Perfect.
Well, if you see my last name, you'll see that I'm used to jigsaw puzzles. And we'll have Balwant Singh Metza from the Institute for Human Development of Delhi, and we'll be presenting in that order. So Namita, if you're online, we'll start sharing.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Namita Datta. I'll try and share my screen. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you, but we're not seeing.
Really? Can you see my?
Now we can see your PowerPoint in edit mode.
Yes. But is my audio okay? Can you hear me and can you see me?
We can hear you. We can see your presentation. We cannot see like a cutout of your screen, but of yourself.
Well, okay. I guess seeing me is not important as long as you can see my slides. Okay.
Sorry, just to confirm, we can see you for the ones who are connected online. So it's just in the room that we can't see you, but.
Yeah, I know the challenges of hybrid. Okay. So thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. I'm so sorry I'm not able to be there in person. My name is Namita Datta. I work at the World Bank, and I head a global program called Solutions for Youth Employment. But more importantly for this conference, I just recently led quite a major report, a big report, big in the terms of the effort that went into it, called Working Without Borders. We just recently published it about 2 months ago. So I'll share a little bit the findings of this report, and then happy to discuss more. So the report focused on online gig work. We all know when we talk about digital platforms and gig work, there are really two types. Gig work, I mean, there are more types, but if you think about it simply, two types. One, gig work that is done in a particular location, like think about Ubers. We did not focus on that type of gig work. That is going to be the subject of our next report that we are launching right now. In this particular report, we focused on online gig work, which means gig work like designing websites, doing a particular software, or something that is done online, but of course enabled through a digital platform. This is a more complicated type of work because it's truly global. You could have the client in one country, the platform in another, and the worker in a third. But also the reason we focused on this type of gig work was also because it's still, unlike the other one, this is still very much under the radar of a lot of policymakers. You see the Uber driver on the streets, but you don't see the online gig worker as much. So why should we pay attention to this kind of new work? It's really increasing. We know that, but we know very little about it in terms of numbers, in terms of size and trend. But also from a firm's point of view, from the job creator point of view, it reduces friction and transaction costs to finding the workers that you need to run a business, for example. But it is having really profound implications on where people are working, how they are being paid. And of course, it's important for policymakers to really understand this if they are to think about the right types of regulatory approaches. So like I said, we focused on the online piece of gig work. Now, in our report, which we recently released, we asked 6 big questions. Number one, how many people are doing this sort of online gig work? And of course, because being in the World Bank, our focus was very much on the developing countries. Number 2, we asked the question, is it really for software engineers, or how inclusive is this kind of work? And here we really address 6 aspects of inclusion: age, gender, education, earnings, language. I mean, one of the questions we really wanted to understand was, if you don't speak English, are you outside this? Like, if you're a Portuguese speaker, or if you're an Arabic speaker, can you really still be accessing this type of work? And location. the other thing we were really curious about was, is it really a capital city type of phenomena, or if I'm in a smaller town, can I still be a gig worker? So the inclusion element, and then we compared the online gig workers profile to the average labor market in that particular country, or people in the informal sector and people in the services sector. So there's a lot of very detailed analytical data in this report, which of course I won't have time to go through all of it. It's a big, dense technical report. The third question we asked was, and this is a big gap in the literature, a lot of the data on and the analysis, particularly led by the index that the Oxford University developed, has focused on the big platforms, the 5, 6 big global platforms. So the question we asked ourselves was, what about the smaller ones, the more regional ones? What's the role they're playing? The fourth was really, we flipped on the demand side to see what was happening on the firm side. Like, why are firms turning to gig workers? Who are these? Where are they located? The fifth question was on social protection. As you can imagine, that's a big topic. And the sixth was really providing very operational tools to particular teams who may be in developing countries wanting to really leverage the kind of opportunities for their country work. So you can imagine this is hard. This is a hard question to ask because you don't really have reliable data. So for us labor economists, we don't get this data from labor force surveys. So the team had to really figure out multiple very innovative methods to do this research. So we use quite a lot of data science methods, web scraping, using proprietary firm databases, looking at web traffic data. But we also did a big survey in 17 countries, and we did it in 12 languages because we were really curious about the role that language plays. Of course, we did multiple surveys on platforms. We did interviews. We surveyed firms. We sent it out to about 20,000 firms just to understand the demand side. And of course, we did country deep dives. So the big finding for us is that actually the size of this online gig workforce is pretty big, and it's growing. It's almost 12% of the global labor force. Now, we use 2 different methods because, we were really struggling with figuring out the right methodology to do this. So there are really 2 methods. The first was the data science method that gives us about 154 million online gig workers. And the second was more on the global survey, the number that we come up with, which we did it in 17 big countries in all the regions. But we think the number is really closer to the one we arrive in the second method. And the reason for that is that the first method with website traffic, we missed that we feel like we did not get the full estimate on the Chinese web traffic. And so it's a big underestimate, we think, the number from method 1. We think we know that we've actually developed a big database of 545 gig platforms all over the world. And surprise, surprise, 3 out of the 4 platforms that we have in our database are actually regional or local, for want of a better word. They are not global, even though, of course, the number of workers are much higher in global. But this is just to convey that we were actually quite in the literature missing the number of workers who are on the smaller platforms. Now, 50% of this total number are young people. And since this conference is on youth employment, it's an important sector for us it's an important form of work for us to figure out what's happening here, because 50% of online gig workers are under the age of 30. Now, why are young people doing this kind of work? You can imagine that they are, of course, this is a source of income, but a lot of young people said that this also gives them the ability to learn a new skill, particularly digital skills. And if you can do that at the same time, that's what young people really like. They like the ability to be able to learn a new skill while they are also earning an income. Because usually young people have to make that trade-off. Should I go to school? Should I go to a training institute? Or should I go to work and earn some money? But also the flexibility that it allows youth. Gender, this is a big one. Now, we found that in a number of countries, not all, in a number of countries, women are actually participating much more actively in the online gig economy than they are even in the labor force. And of course, why? You can understand in a number of countries where there are restrictive social norms affecting women's mobility in particular, or where women have concerns about their safety with public transport not being safe enough. And the flexibility, the big one, the flexibility to also take care of household responsibilities. So for women, this is a really an important source of earning an extra income. This particular finding that I have on the screen is the one that actually totally blew us away. We did not expect to find this. So because the survey was online, we were able to find geospatial data on the gig worker. So we wanted to understand whether they are mostly in capital cities. I mean, the hypothesis was they would be mostly in the capital city, but no, actually, it's not true. So we divided the cities of every country in 3 parts: the capital city, the secondary cities, which we listed as the top 10 cities of that country, and tertiary cities, which means really the smaller towns, even kind of peri-urban areas. And we find that 6 in 10 are actually in tertiary cities. And of course, where the access to the internet is decent. Thinking about it, it's actually should not be surprising, right? I mean, these are areas where there are really no other local jobs for a lot of people. There aren't good quality local jobs available for people who are in the smaller towns, in the smaller cities. Now, of course, but there is cross variation. We find that in some countries, and of course, it depends on how well, how much that country has invested in digital infrastructure. There is significant cross variation. Why are youth, like I mentioned, a lot of youth actually are turning to this kind of work. A lot of them also expressed to us in our surveys an aspiration to continue doing this. Some of them were doing it for a few hours a day or a small portion of their time, but a number of them expressed the need to do it full time, to earn much more. Some of them even said that they want to set up their own freelancing agencies because they think this is a growing form of work. Now, when you ask the question, are you a gig worker, are you not a gig worker? The answer is never black and white, right? I mean, you could be a gig worker on Fridays, you could be a gig worker on the weekend, you could be a gig worker some months of a year. So that the question has to be the answer has to be more nuanced, right? So we actually use this kind of framework, which has two variables, which means what percentage of your income are you earning through gig work, and what percentage of your time in a week are you devoting to gig work? And of course, we find that in most of the countries, it is not their full-time work. In some countries, a number of them are doing this full-time, but you can see that a lot of the people really fall in that secondary category, which means they're obviously doing other things. So that just shows us that for a lot of people, it is an important means of income smoothing, particularly in periods of transition and periods of shock. Now, switching a little bit to the demand side, of course, we all know the demand, the chunk of it is coming from high income countries. But what was very interesting for us was that the rate of growth of demand is actually growing much higher in Africa, South Asia, than it is in North America, which means some of our regions, our developing country regions, are now, the firms in those regions are also now increasingly turning towards online gig platforms for their talent needs. But what kind of firms are employing gig workers? Well, it's mostly medium, small startups. So this was quite interesting for us, that a lot of the smaller startups really cannot afford perhaps to get full-time expensive web designers. Some of them don't have them in their local area. So a lot of them are turning to gig workers also in order to be able to be flexible and adapt to labor market, to the market in order to remain competitive. And we know, and we should also remember that if we want to address the issue of youth unemployment, we also need to pay attention to how firms are growing, because at the end of the day, that's where jobs are going to come from. So this is an important demand side element to recognize. So we have a whole chapter on how, and we looked at different governments, how some, for example, the Malaysian government has done a whole scale sort of massive government program just in order to be able to tap into these new forms of work, the gig work. And of course, they have targeted particularly the bottom 40% of their population. And so there is a whole chapter that we have in our report. I don't have time to go through all of those elements that really take you through, like if you're a practitioner, that take you through tips on how might you think about it? How might you think about training people? How might you think about helping them access this kind of new jobs? But then how might you think about also protecting the workers so that they are against exploitation? How might you think about designing new ways, new models of social protection? That was quite a big focus of our report. So on social protection, it's no surprise, right, that these workers lack social protection. In fact, I had a few slides on because we really dug deep in this topic. And of course, we find that a majority of them do not have access to health insurance, do not have access to, they are not saving, they do not have access to old age security. And they are most of them are really outside labor regulations in those countries. But there's an ILO report that shows actually that's true for 70% of the world's population. So it isn't very different than a whole chunk. Like in Africa, 90% people in the informal sector are self-employed, are really outside labor regulations. So from the World Bank's perspective, considering this growing form of work, we are advocating to our client governments the importance of actually covering all people, of providing a minimum safety net for all people, irrespective of their employment contract. Instead of segmenting the market and thinking about social protection and labor regulations just for gig workers, the important thing is to be able to provide a bare minimum. But in the meantime, we also think that there's an opportunity for policymakers, for governments to actually design more innovative mechanisms of social insurance, perhaps even partnering with platforms. Now, one thing platforms help us do is to make the informal more visible. Like one of the challenges for policymakers to reach the informal workers is that they remain invisible. Informal workers are invisible to a lot of policymakers. How do you reach them? And we experienced that difficulty during COVID. And here is where we think the platforms could suddenly help us in terms of reaching large numbers of informal people, whether to reach them and incentivize them to probably include them in social registries, to reach sort of government. There are governments that have schemes that cover people in the informal sector or the self-employed, but we know that the enrollment rate is so poor. So can we partner with platforms to actually nudge them, incentivize them to join some of those government schemes? Because the attractive thing about the platforms is that people on the platforms, the informal workers, number one, already have
marker.
I'm sorry?
Oh, sorry, 3-minute marker.
Okay, I think I'm almost done because, I mean, there's a lot to cover, but maybe we can discuss later. These workers already have a digital identity. They're already familiar with digital payments. And if we could think about ways where we could probably sort of automatically enroll them in certain government schemes. So there's a whole, I mean, there are lots of case studies and ideas that we've put in this report in terms of thinking about a little more experimentation and innovation in how we think about social protection to protect workers who are working in these unconventional forms of work. But also in terms of collective bargaining, I think the important thing is perhaps to use some of new technology to think about like third-party ratings or employer ratings to be able to, and also using, we saw during our survey, a lot of people were already using WhatsApp groups and social media to come together. But there's a whole lot of other regulatory work where the ILO is leading, and it's really important work. There is a gap here that really needs to be addressed. And in the meantime, we also need to be thinking in terms of how to help policymakers really understand the trends in this form of work, to strengthen their capacity to get just-in-time information, because, and of course, we know that there are conversations already in terms of integrating them in labor force surveys. I'll stop here. There was a lot more to cover. This is a big, dense report. But what we are doing now is we are really doing like bite-sized pieces of certain insights that this report gathered to make it a little bit more user-friendly and readable, because nobody has time to read big reports. But I'll stop here.
Thanks, Namita. And on that view of nobody has time to read, regretfully, we'll have the questions after the coffee, but I'm sure that we'll have many. But now I pass on the word to Hilda. Yeah, the floor is yours while we set up the presentation.
Thank you very much. As they're setting up the presentation, my name is Hilda. I am from Tanzania, and I'm working as a senior researcher. I'm an ICT economist. And today I'm going to be presenting on the multi-upping dilemma on safety and earnings among Tanzanian platform workers. So thank you very much, ILO and Include, for having me here. And I'm so glad to listen to the previous presentation. I've been reading that report. I read that report in October, I think, mid-October. And it's really resonate with what we are doing, even though they covered on kind of a different segment of gig work compared to what I'll be presenting today. So for me, I'll be covering the location-based gig work or platform workers. And briefly, I'll talk about the background, a bit of a method or a sample, and key findings and policy recommendation. But before I go that, let me just refer or try to explain what I'm talking about when I talk about multi-upping, or at least I'll give a brief background. So basically, when I talk about platform work, for me, I'll be specifically covering the location-based, so like Uber drivers, or people who are giving services but on location. You'll meet with this person. So you just go online, connect with this worker, and then you can work on location. But so this person should be on the same location with the user and the demand of service. So basically what is happening currently in Tanzania and in a few African countries, I'm not sure about the developed world, but most of these drivers, they are working on multiple platforms. So they're working, for instance, on Uber and another platform at the same time, like for instance, Bolt. And they are doing this purposely to make sure that they can earn more income. So there have been a few cases in Tanzania currently. There have been accidents. People have been working long hours because of that, as they work on multiple platforms. And that was the reason we decided to go deep and try to look on this case on multi-upping. But on the background of why youth employment in Tanzania currently, the unemployment rate is high, but it's higher among youth. And if you look on the statistics there, you can see that looking on the ILFS Integrated Labor Force Survey report on 2014 and 2021, you could see that basically the unemployment rate for male, it has decreased just by 1 point. But for female, it has increased. So the unemployment rate has increased. But if you look on the inactiveness, you realize it has gone higher. between 2014 and 2021. So this is a bit of a concern that in Tanzania, we have a very youthful population. Around 60% of our people are below the age of 35. So looking at this figure, and this is specifically for youth, these are youth data. So of course, between 15 and 35. So if you look at the figure, you could see that there is an issue. Of course, there might be the issue of COVID, because 2020 we had COVID, but it shouldn't be a big issue for Tanzania because we didn't shut down like other countries. So you could see the numbers. So there is a big issue currently on youth unemployment and inactiveness and underemployment. So because of that, most of young people, they're opting now to work online. So the platform economy is on the rise because we have this huge number of young people. They cannot work on the normal or traditional systems. They don't have enough money to start their own businesses. Some of them are educated, but they cannot find jobs either in government or in private sector or start their own businesses. So now they move to start working online since the platform economy offer new opportunities, but also it's a bit attractive to youth as Namita has just said, there is low entry barrier. So you don't need to have a university degree. You don't need to have a diploma. So the entry level, it's a bit low compared to other sectors. And also it's very flexible. So you can work while you're studying, you can work on your free time. But also currently the internet penetration is increasing in Tanzania. So the access also is there. If you have your mobile phone, if you have your smartphone, basically you know how to drive, or you can go for driving school, which can take you like 1 or 2 months. You'll be good to go. You can get your license and you can work. So it's a bit, the entry barrier is low, and the environment or it's good to work on the platform. So the platform has currently it has a potential to reduce the youth unemployment, inactiveness, and the net. Net is the population that is not in school and not in education or training. So it's an opportunity which attracts now a huge number of youth in Tanzania, especially in urban areas. However, there are issues on this platform economy, as I think Namita just explained. So there is low wages, limited benefits in the sector, for which force workers now to work on multiple platforms because they cannot earn enough. But also there are no benefits. There are no social securities in the sector. So people had to work longer or more hours to earn more, and that is forcing them to work on multiple platforms. However, that raises safety concern because what's happening now, they have to work on multiple platforms. They have to work longer hours. So sometimes they can work 18 hours. So you can imagine this driver is driving for 18 hours. So at the end of the road, that poses health safety issues, not only to the driver, but also to the passengers and also to road users. So now it's becoming a concern, but to them, they are trying to juggle between the two. They're trying to find a way to earn more, even though that affects at the expense of their health, of their safety and others. So ensuring safety for platform workers while maintaining their income is vital for the sector goal of providing the decent job by 2030. I know we all know that we are aspiring to see that at least all sectors of the economy can offer a decent job by 2030. And for us in Tanzania, this is a new sector, kind of, it's a sector that's at the infant stage in Tanzania. And there have been limited research in the area. We are trying at my organization. I think this is one of the papers, but we have other publication on the same. So we really need to make sure that this sector, as it grows sustainably, because there is a chance that it will attract even more youth as internet penetration increases and more platforms are coming in the sector. So for that, we had we focused specifically on this, on two research questions. So we decided to conduct a study. It's a small study. We interviewed 152 platform workers just to gain insight, to understand the prevalence of multi-apping, so multi-apping among platform workers and the reason behind its practice. So we wanted to know where they multi-apping, but also we wanted to know if they're aware, the awareness of platform worker regarding the impact of multi-apping on their work. So we try to understand, okay, why are you multi-apping? Why are you working on multiple platforms? And are you aware on the repercussion when you work on this multiple platform? So on the sample, we tried to do a gender balance. We tried at the beginning because we really don't know exactly. That's the issue. We didn't know exactly the number of platform workers. So we had to at least find the association. So we take the list from the association. So we randomize from the association. So we interviewed 45% of the sample were female. And among those, we found the average. So the average age, like not the average age, the age below 35, they are 64. And the oldest person we interviewed was 45. So you can imagine this sector, it employ young people more than others. So majority were young, 35 and below. And 51% had secondary school education. And we asked also if these people or workers, they are the sole breadwinners for their families. And we realized that 72% they are the sole breadwinners. So they are the ones that are supporting their families. But also 52% they were married. Looking at that, coming to the key findings, what did we get on our first research question? The study revealed that multi-apping is practiced by nearly 95% of ride-hailing platform workers in Tanzania. Mainly, the main reason was they wanted to improve their income. So when we asked them, why are you multi-apping? They're like, the income, we need more money because we have a lot of things to do. Because if you are driving, for instance, for Uber, you need to fuel your car, you need to service your car, it's your own costs. You need also at the same time, if you're sick, you need to use the same money for hospital if you have issues with your families. So they don't have social security. And so they say like, we had to do this because we need to improve the income. And I asked this specifically question to them, why are you working on this platform if the wage is very low? And they told me in Tanzania, currently we have unemployment and underemployment. So a half bread is better than nothing, than having nothing on my plate. So that's why we keep on working on this platform, because at least we can earn something to take us to the next day. So, and basically, how do they do it? So they maximize, they are maximizing on the work time limit. So basically, most of this platform, they have time limit. So for instance, you're working for Uber probably, or one platform, they have probably 10 hours limit. You cannot work more than 10 hours. So the only option is to work on 2 or 3 platforms. So you can work 9 hours on platform A, then 9 hours on another platform, and then like that. So you can get more money. And they do this especially on the weekends, because during weekends, people are going, the nightlife is very active. So people are going out. So you can work since morning up to midnight. And also others also suggest another issue. They say that usually they do that also for OPAC rating or review management. We all know that if you are working on the platform, your passengers have an opportunity to review, to give you points or to review you. So usually if they got bad review on platform A, they'll also try work on platform B to make sure that they can maximize. So if I don't have good review on A, at least I can have good review on B and C. So they're doing that to make sure that if you have good review, it means you'll be connected to more clients and to earn more. But also they are trying to diversification. Most of these platforms, they provide different offers to drivers. So sometimes platform A have certain offer, which platform B do not offer. So they have to work on all these these platforms. And I remember asking them like, how do you now work on this platform? What they do is that they switch on apps, because these are apps. So they switch on app for platform A and they switch on app for platform B. So once they receive a request, so they maximize. So if they receive a request from platform A or B, they'll take that request and they'll switch off another platform. Then they'll take that client before they reach to the destination. They'll switch on the other platform again to make sure that before they reach the destination, they can get another request. And sometimes they work up to 3 or 4 platforms at the same time, and that helped them maximize. So on the second research question, which we asked them, next. Yes. So on the second research question, which we asked them, like, do they know the impact? Because what we realized, there have been a number of accidents have increased among platform workers, especially during the weekends. So when we asked them, do you know that this raise issues, you get issues, do you know the impact of multi-apping? Most of gig workers are somewhat conscious of the safety and health risk of extending working hours through multi-apping. However, that is the only way to maximize their income and live decent life. So for them, this is the only way they can get enough money to sustain their living. So they know the impact. Partly, of course, they're a bit conscious that, yeah, I can get an accident, but I'm trying to be more careful. But that's not the case usually. If you drive for 18 hours nonstop, it's very hard that you be careful. It's just probably luck or something. But that's why there is high number of accidents during this season. Then, thank you. So what does this imply? Now we have this problem already. And what we came to realize is it's the issue of income, but at the same time, safety. So they know they want to keep their safety, but if they will try to be safe, they won't earn enough. So one of the issue which we propose, or we think like there can be police intervention. First of all, this sector currently, it's kind of unregulated sector in Africa, in most African countries, including Tanzania. So improving their income is very important. Making sure that at least they earn decent income or they earn at least minimum living wage. We have issues of, I think some of the issues Namita just pointed them out when it comes to issue of compensation and benefits, social protection. At least we should make sure, because the issue is this sector is growing, especially in African country where unemployment rate is very high. This sector is growing and it will attract a lot of people. So making sure that this sector can produce decent work is very important, especially now that it's still at the early stages. So making sure at least we can have social security. And there have been different option to deal with this. Is either working direct with platforms to make sure that they take part on giving social security, but also working with the government social security funds to see if they can design something that can be suitable to this group of people, to platform workers. But also it's this need a stakeholders collaboration to develop safety standard or working standard for platform workers. Because if there is no standard, and why am I saying stakeholders collaboration? Because it's very hard for me to know, or for someone to know, if you're working on 2 or 3 platforms. Because if I work with platform A, it means only platform A will have my data that Hilda has been working on this platform for 10 hours, but no one will know that I've been working on platform B at the same time. So there is a need for stakeholder collaboration to ensure that we develop this safety standard. But also another option can be developing a centralized system to monitor working hours across platforms. If we can have one centralized system that can monitor all these platform workers, so then it will be easy to know that this this person have already used 12 hours and they cannot work on any other platform. But the last is trying to understand the platform economy, because it's a new platform coming out. It's a new sector, I should say, of the economy. So it's very important to understand this sector. And I suggest that if there is a possibility to include a question on the integrated labor force surveys, because at least these surveys are conducted around the world, I think. So having just a question that will try to understand this sector more, I think that will be very, very important. And to conclude, the platform economy is on the rise in Tanzania, and the same in most African countries, offering new opportunities and challenges at the same time. Platform workers seek to boost their income, but often that leads to extended working hours, raising safety concern for drivers, customers, or passengers, and also road users. Addressing safety concern without compromising platform workers' income demand, a comprehensive strategy should be there. And that should involve everyone, all stakeholders, meaning the government, regulation, platform designing. We should educate these people more and more about the impact of working longer hours, but stakeholder collaboration. And lastly, but not least, supporting developing nations in grasping the intricacies of the platform economy is vital for them to craft well-informed policies, ultimately ensuring that the sector provide a decent job by 2030. So this is the last is very important, because I know there are countries that are ahead, and I think supporting most of these developing countries that are seeing this for the first time is very important on how to adapt to the right policies. Because what we have realized at my organization, we've been engaging policymakers, especially the Ministry of Labor, and I've been trying, like, how can we work on this sector? How can we, is this person employed or not employed? Is this a contractor or a consultant? And how can we deal with them? Because otherwise, this is just a tipping bomb. If we have, for instance, 30% of our population working in this sector, and then looking back, today they are 30 years, but 30 years to come, they'll be 60. And these people, they don't have social security, no pension. So that will be a burden to the nation at the end. So thank you very much. This project was done in collaboration between REPOA and Berlin Social Science Center and the Oxford, and it was funded by GSE through the Fair Work project. Thank you.
Thank you, Gilda. Now, two things that have been in common so far is the part about visibility, dialogue, and a third one, social protection. But now we move on to Ozan. And yeah, floor is yours.
Hello, this is Oğuz Başol from Turkey. I'm working as a professor at the University of, really hard to say, Kırklareli. But I think we made a quite good research about digitalization on youth unemployment. So today I would like to represent this research with you. And I would like to thank two different parts. The first ones, my friends, Hüseyin Sevgi and Esin Cumhur Yalçın. We designed this paper with them together. And secondly, I would like to thank the ILO team for inviting me here and for supporting me, for encouraging me to present this paper. So we can start with the next slide like this. Yeah, thank you. And I would like to start my research question. Then I would like to continue with the research gap, methodology, results, conclusion, policy implications. And I would like to finish with the keys. And I'm sure that it's not going to take more than 15 minutes. And also I will leave a kind of ground for the next participant. We may continue. The first thing is that, I mean, me and my research team was thinking about the question, and the question was about how is the effect of digitalization on youth unemployment. So we tried to see the results, but first we tried to see the literature, and we saw that the debate about the impact of digitalization on youth unemployment is largely ongoing, and of course is a limited thing, but I would say that maybe 20 or 25% of the papers or the research said that digitalization can close the labor market and increase the youth unemployment. like 70-75% of the researchers said that digitalization will reduce youth unemployment, and these kind of digitalization procedures are going to open a new ways for people and they can enter the job market. So it will reduce the youth unemployment. Since we read nearly all papers in the literature, of course, not all, but as for the limitations, we believe that the digitalization can be seen as a strategy to combat youth unemployment. So it was our research question. And then we realized that how can we measure the digitalization? Of course, I'm going to tell you more about it, but we thought that maybe a digital economy and society index developed by European Union could be seen a kind of, let's say, who is representing the digitalization, and youth unemployment can be represented by the unemployment data of the Eurostat. So we were thinking about, okay, we are going to ask this question and we are going to develop a hypothesis. So let's say a higher digital economy society index will reduce youth unemployment. And of course, we specifically concentrate for the EU countries and in the period of 2018 to 2021. So we try to answer this question. And then we make a kind of literature review. For the next slide we can go. And then we realized that there is a really huge gap in the literature about the specific topic. The first thing is that we need more data-based evidence, I mean the applied research. So we saw that there is a kind of applied research missing in the points, a kind of small dots in the literature. And secondly, we realized that digital economy and society index have not used before in the literature to measure the impact of digitalization. It was quite pioneering research. And then thirdly, we realized that the structural equation modeling technique via smart PLS has not been used before about this equation or the things. So therefore we said that, okay, we found a kind of really important research gap. So we can design an article or we can measure the things, and we'll see the results. For the next slide, we can move. Thank you. And then for the methodology, we used a partial least squares structural equating modeling technique, and which is a second generation multivariate data analysis method commonly used in the social science research because it can test theoretical supported nonlinear and additive causal models. And also PLS is soft modeling approach for SEM, which makes no assumption about the data distribution and is advantageous for the small size sample, because we used only 27 countries from European Union. So it was really limited data we had. So we try to see the all data from 27 EU countries. So how we measured the digitalization? We measured it via Digital Economy and Society Index designed by European Commission. And we measured the youth unemployment from 15 to 29 ages from the Eurostat data. And I can say that the Digital Economy Society Index consists of 4 subdimensions. The first one was connectivity. It was consist of fixed broadband coverage, mobile broadband coverage, and broadband price index. And the digital public services consist of like the e-government or the other part of digital public services users as the government. And human capital are consist of internet user skills, advanced skills and development. And lastly, integration of digital technology consists of business digitalization or e-commerce thing. So we combine these together and we measured the digitalization via Digital Economy and Society Index, and we measured the youth unemployment from Eurostat data, and we put 3 indicators there. It was long-term youth unemployment rate. It was from 15 to 29 of ages, and if it's unemployed for over 12 months, and also we used NEET, and lastly we used youth unemployment rate as an indicator. So we try to understand how is the connection from digitalization to youth unemployment in EU countries from 1918 to 1921. So we can continue. I'm not going to, bore you with the results for the, more details, but I may tell you that After checking all statistical creations, and we saw that the techniques are working really well for each years and all countries. And then we realized that it's statistically approved methods. And also we already published this article, and you can see all results in the paper. And we realized that all paths in the predicted models are significant at a 95% confidence level. So we concluded that the Digital Economy and Society Index has a statistically significant effect on youth unemployment across all years. So it's possible to say that the Digital Economy and Society Index investment decreased youth unemployment in 27 EU countries. For example, in 1918 and 2019, 2020, and 2021, we saw that the paths are always negative. So it was quite obvious for us that it's possible to say that the increase in the DESI would decrease the youth unemployment in EU countries. So it was also be aware that it's a kind of just small dots. Of course, it's possible to say, and of course, there are a lot of limitations in these studies, but you know, under these circumstances and limitations, our works show that the digitalization can be cured for the youth unemployment in EU countries at least. And of course, we know that there are the huge differences between EU countries, but it can be stated as a kind of, let's say, a kind of pioneering flag that shows that the digitalization can be a cure for the youth unemployment mainly. We can forward. Thank you. And you can see in this table our results. We may say that like, let's say between 40 or and 50% of the change in youth unemployment is explained by the Digital Economy and Society Index. Actually, it was quite low, and we were expecting like, let's say 60-65%, but it was quite low. But the effect size of our predicted models were high. It should be, it was over 0.35 F square, but the prediction powers of the models were low. It was less than 0.25. So we said that, okay, it shows if you put kind of investment or if you put effort about the Digital Economy and Society Index, it decreases youth unemployment in EU countries. We saw that, and you can see the T values, F square values, Q square values, and R square values in this table. We can, yeah. And of course, we made this research within some limitations. The firstly, we used structural equality modeling techniques via Smart PLS4 program. And the second limitation was our data set. We used 3 different data and we took it from the Eurostat youth database, and the Digital Economy and Society Index data were taken from the European Commission databases. And then the model was predicted for the years between 2018 to 2021, and it was only valid for European countries. So it should be kept in mind that if you change the years, or if you change the countries, if you change the technique, or if you change the data, the results may change. We should think about it also. And when it comes to the real closing to the end, I may say that this research focus on the effect of Digital Economy and Society Index on youth unemployment in 27 European countries over the period 2018 to 2021. And the data were taken from the European Commission and Eurostat, and analyses were conducted via Smart PLS4. And the results show that the higher Digital Economy and Society Index reduced youth unemployment in EU countries over the same period. And it can be stated that the digitalization can be a powerful strategy to fight youth unemployment. And we may go. And the thing is that actually our research was totally concentrates about the results. And then we realized that we need a kind of real policy outputs. So after our research and after Sarah contacting with us, we tried to analyze the results and we tried to see the policy outputs. And then I tried to give a kind of 3 slides for the policy implications. And as lastly, I would like to show the real keys or the real output of the research. The first thing that we said, can we go one previous? I'm sorry.
Policy implications?
Yeah, the first policy implications. Yeah. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. We saw that the link between digital economy and society index and youth unemployment clearly illustrates how new technologies affect labor markets. It was our really important results, and we can make a kind of policy about it. And any expenditure to support the technological transition in economics and social terms will help to reduce youth unemployment and improve the long-term sustainability of the labor markets. And the improvements in the digital infrastructure and the digital public services should be seen as tool for the public investment as for the first policy implications. And then the modernization of educational infrastructure and curriculum with new technologies is also crucial for the development of educators and the transmission of new knowledge to the younger generation. And then to break down the physical and chronological barriers that hinder education, formal education, reform and adaptation to new communication technologies, it's also a kind of essential stuff. For the future of youth unemployment, we think about the new strategy of education as a public investment in the context of new technologies, and it's also a kind of vital. Adopting strategies that accelerate the digital transformation of companies can be a crucial tool to reduce youth employment too. And also in this context, the joint effort of the public and commercial sectors and the integration of digital technology and the social life will make it easy for young people to access new developments such as big data, cloud computing, and artificial intelligence research. And lastly, by adapting quickly the new technologies, younger workers will be able to enter the job market easily. It was our research, but I would like to also say as a last word for the keys, I may tell you that after our research and of course under circumstances and limitations, if we would like to reduce the youth unemployment, we may directly some kind of dot points for the countries. So we may tell the countries that the countries should increase the fixed and fast broadband coverage and 5G spectrum, which is connected with the connectivity side of the DESI. And also the countries should increase the e-government users, digital public services for citizens and businesses. This is connected with the digital public services in the side of DESI. And then the government should, or the countries should increase the basic digital skills or the basic digital content creation skills, ICT specialist, enterprises providing ICT training and ICT graduates, and it's related with the human capital. And lastly, the governments or the countries should increase the small and medium enterprises with at least a basic level of digital intensity, social media usage of CME, and ECT for environmental sustainability. For example, e-invoice or CMS selling online could be the keys for the reducing youth unemployment in EU countries between the 8 years. And I would like to thank you. And I think in just 15 minutes, I finished my presentation, and thank you.
Thank you, August. Also, thank you for including the fact that if we want to go through digitalization and youth employment, it's also how we use digitalization in enterprises. Now, with that, we pass on to the last one, Balwant.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Me and my colleague Siddharth is sitting here. And thank you for inviting us for this interesting youth employment research forum. And this is just extension of what my previous speaker and even I think the first session you presented the paper. This extension of that paper and those papers. And this is on impact of digital technology on labor market. And the focus is on a case of Indian youth. So the outline is already given by ILO, and these are the major things: context, research questions, methodology, key finding, conclusion, and policy. implication. So let me first start with the background. Actually, I think my previous speaker also said about it, like emergence of digital technology reshaping the labor market structure. Actually, I'm just talking about the structure here because and it's paper on basically based on some theoretical paper which we have written earlier with Ajit Ghosh, which is one of the leading economists and worked in ILO. So this is basically what we have written in that paper. Is basically structural, like labor market structure. When we talk about it, it's basically movement from agriculture to industry to services sector, like from low productive sector to high productive sector. So in this process, obviously technology play an important role. So what it happens, but during the last I think several decades, there are technological innovations happened. So then this technological innovation is this latest one is digital technologies are playing a major role. So here what happens, because there are studies which mostly done in developed countries or advanced economies. So on that basis, there are few things which have been documented in the literature, that this digital technologies are replacing or automating existing jobs and also creating some kind of new jobs, but not that extent what the previous innovations or previous innovations done, because the history is not going to repeat what the literature says, because there are a lot of destruction happened due to automation, and so the new jobs creation is much smaller than the earlier this wave innovation waves. So what happens in this digital technologies, basically there is a job polarization, there's capital deepening, and that is a result of widening labor income inequalities. So this is what the literature says. I will come to this concept in the next slide. So what happens, because the digital technologies, as my previous speaker also said, like youth are more vulnerable to this because of their lack of experiences, and even some network, also social network, like social network, and even sometime de-skilling process, because they wait for, if they are highly skilled and they're waiting for suitable kind of employment. So they in that duration their skilling problem is there. So this de-skilling process is which we call. So these challenges are even much greater in case of emerging or developing countries like India, which has the world's largest youth population. Next. So the objective and research question coming from this is, like, first one is objective also is as objective is to examine the impact of digital technology on youth in the labor market in emerging or developing countries. And what are there are four questions: whether these emerging digital technologies are altering the existing labor market structure and highly skilled complementary. So it means rapid increase of highly skilled and displacing the low and unskilled worker, or routine or manual worker, we can say. So whether these newer technologies are changing the skill demand and led to the job polarization. Actually, what happens because of this, there's a rise in top and rise bottom, like high skilled and low skilled increases and middle skilled, displaced, that kind of jobs. So it happened in the developed countries, is widely documented by Otter and others in the USA and for other countries. So whether these changes attributed to capital deepening, obviously capital deepening means because of this more investment or more capital, they are replacing the labor, or obviously if capital is, if they are investing more capital, that means that is technological upgradation. So in this process, what happens? Obviously, capital replaces the labor, but it is complementary to the higher skilled labor, and substitute the low skilled labor. So what actually this is happening or not? And the next one is whether this is a process within the process, within industry process, or whether it is, that what I discussed earlier is a process of from low, natural process from low productive activities or low productive sectors to high productive sectors, so movement. So lastly, what happens when you have this skill premium, so the high skilled labor, high skilled worker, they get higher payment, higher wages. And on the other hand, the low skill, the payment rises not that much. So the inequality rises. So in this process, not only labor inequality, but overall inequality also rises. So that's what happened in some of the country. If the proper policy implication, like in some European countries, there is a minimum wages or all these kind of things. They have some tax rules also. But in countries like USA and all, so there in this process, the inequality also, income inequality also rises. But whether it is happening in the emerging countries like developing countries like India. So these are the 4 questions which I'm going to discuss in my presentation next. So methodological framework, this is, I think, it's documented or this has been done in this process. So this framework has been used by several. I've little bit modified it. So this process is basically used by ILO, OECD. This is International Standard of Classification of Education and International Standard of Classification of Occupation. So these are the kind of skills they have divided on the base of education, on the basis of occupation. Obviously, occupation is basically the task. They have converted occupation in the occupation NCO codes, which we say National Classification of Occupation, and here International Standard of Occupation. They have classified on the basis of these, like the task they are doing. So on that basis, they have defined the skill type. And similarly, on the basis of education, some kind of, so by this, I'm trying to understand the supply side factor and demand side factor in what kind of impact they have in the labor market. Next. So I've used this periodic labor force survey of India from 2000 to 2019. Obviously, I've not used this COVID year data because there are lots of fluctuation and because of distress employment particularly in India. So there is a lot of entry of low skill or low labor in the labor market, and now they are when the income rises, as you know, in the literature says, the income effect, when income rises, the people who due to distress kind of to support their families, they have get into the labor market. Now they are slowly moving out as the recovery process started. So I'm not. I'm just discussing before the COVID time here, and I've also used the other databases to understand what has happened at the overall economy level, like capital deepening, or also adjusted this wages using consumer price index and all. So this is the kind of analysis which I've used. Skills, supply, demand. I try to understand through this composition of employment across skill classification, and capital deepening, or this within process or between process. I've tried to understand this through decomposition exercises, and capital intensity is called capital labor ratio. And next one is labor income inequality, which I've tried to understand through obviously the changes in weekly earnings, average weekly earnings, real earnings, by using this Gini, Thel index, and kernel density estimated graphs. So here the youth definition we have used, because in our policy, Indian policy, that consider 15 to 29. So I've used the 15 to 29 definition here. Next. So first let me tell you about a little bit about youth population, youth in India. So if you see the first, the upper one, the graph, you can see every second youth out of 10 globally, and 7 out of 10 youth in South Asia reside in India. So that tells us the magnitude of youth in India. And India has the largest youth number, that is 27%, is totaling around 375 million, which is more than, I think, many countries in the world. So what it tells us, like, we have the potential of demographic dividend, which so that is expected to remain at least the next 3 to 4 decades. So, but what if you have demographic dividend, but it's really only tells us the window of opportunity you have. Until you will not exploit it, through the proper education and the transition from education to decent work, which we have also discussed in other presentation. So next one, please. So now I'll try to understand supply side things. What education and employment structure, if you see, the first one, there is upgradation in skills, or when you talk about the education levels. So youth is a positive development over the period. If you see the top, the graph top section is 5% to 14%, around 3 times it increased over the period. And but still it is low when you compare with the advanced economies. Only 15% people are in the they are graduate and above in India. So the next one is obviously there is still a dominance of low skill, not educated, which we again call low unskilled educated people. So this is what is a major concern, because as Ajit Ghosh always say, if you have the low educational level, so always the capacity to learn the new skills, there is a huge concern about their capacity to learn the new skills, the digital skills I'm just referring about. So when we see these skill set across the the employment structure, you can see the high skilled, or you can see the graduate and above, their unemployment level is very high. It means there is a huge difference in labor market supply, labor force, LFPR and WPR, work participation rate and labor force participation rate. So there is a huge difference. And on the other hand, there is a less difference in case of low skill. So what it shows in the labor market, what it shows, but over the period, even for the unskilled or low educated people, there is a huge jump in unemployment rate. So what it shows is shows the dual kind of unemployment problem, dual kind of problem. One is the poor quality of education poor quality of education or skill mismatch, and lack of enough jobs for the new entrant in the labor market, both high and low skill. Not only for the high skill, but even for the low skill, there is a over the period, the employment opportunities are declining. Next. So now I've analyzed here the demand side factor, which again shows the dominance of low and unskilled in Indian labor market. It's around 90%. But on the other hand, there is consistent rise on skill job, particularly medium and high skill jobs over the period. So this is what happens in the technological, when we understand this in technological term, impact of digital technological term. The technological advancement in India is absolute skill bias than the relative bias. So absolute means it is both in numbers. Here, the high skilled employment is high skilled and medium skilled employment rising, but on the other hand, low skills and unskills are declining. And the relative means there is an increase in high skilled and as well as medium and low skills, but it is happening in absolute terms. So it's a kind of, the next one is, so what happens is there is a job polarization. The first question is mine. So it's not, there is no sign of job polarization in India, like the experiences of developed or advanced economies. What they say, what happens is there's both high skill and low skill and unskilled job rises, but medium skills jobs declined. So next. So obviously, if you see the overall level, there are some sectors in India, mostly even now around 45-46% people involved in agriculture, and mostly the low skilled people. So I've just analyzed this, which sector is actually, because of this, when you see the whole pie, so whole pie, then there is again is a dominance of low skilled worker because of the agriculture one. But when you see the overall thing, so what happens in the skill level, the changes in skill level? So you can see the rise in high and medium skill jobs in select industrial and services sector. Those who are capital intensive, large, medium enterprises and modern manufacturing such as automobile, electronics and pharma. I have not presented here the table that we have done. So And on the other hand, modern services such as software, communication, financial, and business education. So in these, the demand of this high skill, high and medium skills jobs is rising. On the other hand, there is a rise in demand of low skill jobs in the services sector, particularly, the trade and transport, which my colleague already, presented about this gig worker into gig and platform worker in transport and, trade sector. So this is what is happening. And then obviously the last one is the increase of unskilled worker in construction. So construction is one of the major sector. Obviously there is a lot of road building and all. So that's again is a demand of, that is low skilled worker in India. Next one. So what is the reason of this changes in when we talk about this skill upgradation, or you can say the demand of high skilled worker? So this is actually happening due to movement of structural changes, or it is happening due to this technological change, or skill capital deepening, or some says the product upgradation. Product upgradation, there is no such data, but these are the three things which happens within the industry things. And the second one is so what happens across the things. So obviously the agriculture, there is no such kind of thing, but decline in demand of low skill within the industries overall. So decline in demand of middle skill within manufacturing and some sectoral changes. But increase in demand for high skilled within industries. So overall, what is skill upgradation are primarily within industry. So it's not happening due to structural change in economy, but it is happening due to this combination of skill changes or digitalization or capital deepening and skill as in product upgradation. So next. So as I said in the previous slide, there is a rise in capital intensity. When we see over the period is actually a capital deepening is happening. So it's a rise in capital deepening. When you see across the sectors, there's a rise in particularly we have seen in the similar industries or sectors where the high skill jobs has gone up, the capital deepening also gone up. In some way, what it's showing, capital augmenting technological progress also involved in this. This requires specific skills. So in this process, both capital deepening happens, but on the other hand, there is a high skill worker demand also gone up. Next. So actually, because of this, what I said earlier, so labor income inequality or overall inequality has gone up. So if you see the skill premium, there is obviously there is skill premium, but over the period, what is happening, or return to skill or skill premium, this gap is declining over the period. The real average wages, there is a difference, but over the period, this gap is declining. And next one is how it is declining. So if you see the decline in labor income or wage inequality over the period, inequality is also declining, and higher income inequality among high and medium skilled worker within. Actually, this is within. Inequality is also high. If you see medium and high skilled, so there is a within inequality. What happens? Even in the high skill worker, there's a huge diversity. One particular sector, like if you consider IT sector, their wages are far higher than the other sectors, other traditional sector. So that difference is there. So that's because of that, and the factors like increase in informalization, flexible and contract jobs, and oversupply of skilled labor force, as my colleague in the first half said, and government policies. So low skill worker, if you see, their income has also gone up in the first slide, if you see, first graph, the upper graph you see. So what happens due to the policy, the minimum wages policy, there is in India, there is a rural employment guarantee schemes. So in that schemes, you have to provide a minimum wages to the people, from those who are low skilled or labor unskilled. So that kind of things in some way, so you are able to provide some minimum, you are able to through the policy, you are able to sustain some minimum wages to the low skilled worker or unskilled worker, and that is also a spillover effect. But on the other hand, the high skilled worker, there is no, obviously there is a kind of flexible contract, informalization. So within the formal sector, there is an informalization is over the period is increasing. It means within the high skilled, there is a informal jobs as a contact kind of job. So that is the process which the average income of the upper high skilled is over the period declining. So that is a good sign because you are anyway protecting the the low skilled workers. So that is why the income inequality has not gone up in India over the period. If you see, particularly during this last 2 decades, the income inequality has also declined. Next. This you can see from the KDF graph also. If you see the last 2 graphs, the right hand 2 graphs, from medium to high skill one, there's a spikes. The spikes means there's a diversity in those who are working in these particular high income jobs, high skilled jobs. But on the other hand, there is no such spikes in media, in low and unskilled jobs. So that means there is a kind of diversity in the jobs, and over the period, if you see that there's a decline because of in IT sector, what happens because of oversupply, high engineers and even the other engineers over the period of technical, because of huge supply of technical graduates, their income or average salary has gone down because of huge supply. And in IT sector and other sector, this happens because in 2010, around 2000, highest salary in IT sector, but now over the period, it is now declining. So this shows even in the high skill because of the supply of the contextualization. So next one. So I'll just conclude it. So skill upgradation happens in the supply, but unemployment, there is unemployment challenges. As I said, the graduate and above, it's around 30 or 35% unemployed. And obviously the other factors are also there, like the aspiration, which I think presented in the first session, that aspiration level has gone up for particularly those who are highly educated, and they are waiting for the suitable job in the labor market and waiting for that. And obviously their capacity to wait is also an important point. When the next is presence of bulk of the high skilled, low educated and high skilled worker in India. So that is again a kind of, because of this, the automation or digitalization in industry or service sector, because you have available skilled or low skilled worker at a kind of very low prices. So while go for the high kind of automation, so that is happening. So gradual kind of process, but it is happening. So that's the main reason. And there's obviously skill bias, digital technological, leading to gradual increase in high medium jobs and rise in low skill that I've already explained. And think some level of capital deepening and technology upgradation happening again in those same sectors where the employment of high skill job has gone up. And the impact of digital technologies on youth employment in India is a slow process, mainly due to as I said, the advantage of availability of huge young labor force, and which is differ. That's why this impact differ and from the experiences of the advanced economy. Next. And obviously there are, I think my previous, my colleague has already, some of the issues, these issues I already discussed. So I'm also highlighting some of the things that address the challenges of highly educated youth labor force and also less educated youth force. So not only the challenges of highly skilled, but there are also challenges of less skilled educated, because through the targeted, like, you have to provide them some kind of on-the-job training, because they are not able to, they have less potential to learn the new kind of skills. So increase employment generating sectors, which I have already mentioned, through tax rebate, subsidized loan, employment subsidies, and other. Ensure and generate quality of or formal employment with provision of job security and social security, decent work. Through we have already a lot of national policy, but the implementation problem is there. To promote and facilitate integration of digital economy, digital technology within the industries, simultaneously ensure protection of workers' right and against unjust layoff. And reliable labor market, I think already mentioned, reliable labor market statistics, because of the jobs forms are changing, but we have the labor force surveys based on the similar kind of, the structure we have, long back. So these kind of new jobs are emerging. So we need data for that. And we also need data for like skill mapping, like skill demand and skill supply. And there is also we need to further explore this, the sectoral level studies. This I have done in an overall level, but sectoral studies, like my colleague mentioned, there are sectoral level studies also required to understand this, what is the impact of digital economy in a greater detail. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barwan. So we've seen so far in these panels that in general, the question about whether digitalization has generated jobs for youth, the general answer is yes, but in the sense of we're talking about skills angles, we're talking about formalization angles, we're talking about excessive working, and we're talking also about how our industries actually internalizing digitalization in their own processes. That all leads to the question of information. I think with this, we better hop to the coffee station because we have a hard break for that. And also for our colleagues online, we'll be convening back at 3:45. And then it's question and answer, so please do come back. Thank you very much. We had one question to Namita, but she disconnected, but she did answer to that one. So maybe if we address that one, Gabriela, before we do a round of.
Hi, everyone. So I'll start by reading the question we got in the chat for Namita and her answer, just so we are all aware. The question for Namita was, do you think generative AI will significantly disrupt these trends in gig online jobs, given that the most demand is from MSMEs looking for minimum cost solutions? And just to share Namita's answer with everyone, she says, we think it will likely have an effect on gig jobs in both directions. Demand for ML algorithms from larger firms integrating AI will increase, but some gig tasks like translation, writing, etc. could decrease. And she thanks everyone for their excellent presentations. I'll go ahead and read a couple of additional questions we have from the chat. So for Hilda, I have two questions. The first, it's kind of a compiled question. How many of them own the vehicle? Do they work longer than other self-employed workers in Tanzania? And the second question for Hilda as well is it possible or useful to understand how many gig workers / drivers are balancing their primary platform with another labor market activity that is not a second app? For instance, a home-based enterprise or even active search for formal work. Those are the two questions. Hilda, can we go ahead with an answer, please?
Thank you very much for those questions. So the first question was how many workers
On the assets, basically.
Yeah, own vehicles. So majority of workers, so like 70% of people that we interviewed, they are not owning vehicles. So what they do currently, there are people who have vehicle. So what they do, they have a contract with these vehicle owners. So you'll be driving for a week, and then after a week you'll give them commission. So that's how they do. So you have a contract with these people and sometimes companies. So you use the car for a week, then after that you give them commission. So that's how it is. But when it comes to servicing the car, it's usually the driver's responsibility. So that's more common. And how many are working on the platform? Of course, I cannot establish the number right now. I didn't analyze that, but we asked that question. And yes, we have some people who are working both on the platform and they're working normal jobs. So as for instance, one driver interview, he was working from 8 to 5, which is a normal working time in Tanzania. And then, but in the morning before going to work, he usually does Uber driving for 2 hours. So he wake up very early and drive. And currently you have an option to put the direction that you want to get a client from. So he usually put switch on the app, directing it. For instance, I want to go to place A. So if there is any passenger to that route, so he'll drive for 2 hours. And then after work, he also usually drive for 2 more hours. So yes, there is that mix. It's just that we didn't cover on this stud, but we have that data. And when it comes to working time in Tanzania, usually normal workers, or traditionally we work 8 hours, like most of the countries. I think that's the normal working time. But most of these platform workers, they work longer hours, up to 18 hours at times. Thank you.
Thank you. And now questions from the floor, if anybody.
So here under pay, and they have a voice to raise price that they are getting. The reason for this question is because, so you mentioned in the presentation that the main reason that they are working overly is because otherwise they cannot make a living. But the story that I hear from Uber drivers in like Japan or in the US is a bit different. I've heard that they receive a higher hourly wage by being an Uber driver than doing another part-time job. So, you know, there's definitely a thing to unpack how the price is determined. And if Uber is raising negotiation between the drivers and Uber and maybe what's going on, so if you look into that as well.
I have a question to 3 of them, and the questions are interrelated. First to Hilda, that you said that if in platform A, first of all, for Tanzania, it's a part of the informal sector, I mean, platform economy that you have mentioned on the basis of your presentation, it appears to me. And then you mentioned that if in A, the platform workers get a bad review, they shift to platform B and try to perform well. So even work for around 18 hours or something like that. My question is that, is it not that the owners of platform B, they just verify the background of the driver and whether any bad review is there or not? Why do they allow that to have? One question to Agus Basul is that unlike Hilda's paper, like Tanzania, for European Union, you've mentioned that youths, it's good for the youth in the sense that from the point of view of youth unemployment. So is it their first best option that, or is it a part-time job? The type of question she also asked to Hilda, that is it a part-time job or is it their first best option? If it is the first best option, as your period covers a period like 2018 to 2021, so it's a part of COVID. So is it that due to COVID, formal jobs were not so available? So that's why they're forced to take this type of occupation so that it has a positive impact on youth employment. So this is the question. And third one is to Professor Balwant Singh Mehta. So just you mentioned two important things. One is demand for skill, which is not taken into account earlier much. And second is a very interesting result. There is, unlike the conventional wisdom, we find that there is a decrease in skilled and unskilled wage inequality. There are two questions. One is it due to lack of jobs or the medium skilled workers? We find that it's only the unskilled workers. For the unskilled workers, there is expansion of jobs. And for the highly skilled workers, there is increase in the level of jobs. In this context, I want to just point out that one policy that has been taken by Government of India is Atmanirbhar Bharat. Has it failed to generate sufficient skill for India? And if it is true that you have considered that, challenge to unemployment that we have mentioned on one side, and on the other side, you have mentioned reduction in inequality. So how do you reconcile the two?
Thank you. Any more to make a round of three? Okay, we start with these ones.
Yes, thank you very much for a very good question. And yes, on the price mechanism, you're right. Like in most structured economies. So when you talk about Japan and you talk about US, they are more structured economies. So usually if you offer anything below the minimum wage, no one will come and work for you, because the market is structured. But when you come to unstructured labor markets, where there is no fixed minimum wage and the unemployment is very high, the informality, the underemployment. So usually whatever is there. So I think I spoke about this when I was presenting, that for them, it's like, it's better I have a half bread than having nothing on my table. So even though it's a low pay, but at least I have something to feed my kids. So it may be something that I can survive hardly. It's not decent enough, but at least I have something on my table rather than sleeping without food. And yes, you asked about, so we currently in Tanzania, there is an association called Tanzania Online Drivers Association. It's called TODA. So they are trying to vie for this, to make sure that at least they raise workers' voice. And they did this in, there have been number of discussion currently, and our organization is supporting these workers' organizations to make sure at least they reach to policymakers. They have these discussions. And I remember last 2021, we had this discussion, and the commission rate was very high. For most of these international companies, they're taking up to 25% of the commission. And the government decided through the regulator that they are only supposed to take 15% to make sure at least these platform workers, they can get something. But consequently, Uber and Bolt suspended their services. And we don't know what happened. But after like 6 months, Uber and Bolt came back, and the commission went back to 25%. So probably they lobby or something, we don't know, but they're back in the market again with the same commission. So that's an issue. And I remember asking them, like, these workers, like, okay, now Uber is charging you 25%, for instance, these international companies, you have local platforms that are charging you 15%. Why shouldn't you work for them? The issue is, for the case of Tanzanian market, already these international companies, they had a huge market subscriber base or customer base. So most of customers, they'll be using those platforms, and that forced these drivers to work on the platforms. So that's the issue. And on the second question on why do these people able to move to another platforms? So the issue is platforms are working on silos. And that's why it's an issue. Yes, independent. So if I have platform A, they have not even, and some of these platforms, by the way, some of these big platforms, they're international platforms. They're not even from Tanzania or local ones. So they're sitting somewhere in Europe or somewhere in US or somewhere in some part of the world. So sometimes it's really hard. So they're working in silos. And that's why it's even harder as we speak for them to know, like, this person have been working 12 hours in this platform and is working on my platform 12 hours again. And what the government have been trying to do right now is to try and register this platform that are working in the country. So it's just a process, and our organization is really trying to work with the regulator to make sure at least we have this thing structured and have something that we can do to at least having a centralized system to be able to know. So if there are issues, because I didn't touch that part, it's on another paper, but there have been issues also where drivers have been killed. There have been issues where passengers have been killed, because not all drivers are drivers, some are malicious drivers. So it's hard to know because they don't do any background check really. It's just you need your identity card, your name, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for the good question. Okay, I would like to make an explanation for two of this question. It was really good. The first thing, we measured only unemployment. So we didn't calculate the shifting from full employment to part-time employment or something like this, but it gives me a really good idea. So in the next thing that we are going to make a research about it when we back the country, it's going to be that one. So we will see more clear effect if we are talking about the full-time employment to part-time employment, or it's just protecting the youth from any kind of unemployment to employment? We are going to see better way, and thank you for this great idea. And secondly, I just checked this from the no COVID period, like from 2018 to 2020, it was nearly like approximately 0.65 effect of this. And when we come for the COVID period, like 2021, it increased like, let's say, nearly 0.68. So I would say like nearly 3% better conditions in the COVID period. So the COVID period gives a great chance for the youth people with digitalization. So we can say that, especially in the COVID period, the digitalization helped more for the youth people for preventing them from unemployment. And also the question that you said, it also reminds me that we also should concentrate for more two things. The first thing, the DESI index also calculate for the IDESI for the non-EU countries. Also, that can be a great opportunity for working with this data. And also we can see clearly how is the effect of European Union standards and non-European Union standards also. And also we should check not only the unemployment, also we should check the employment data as well. I mean, the employment, the full-time employment and part-time employment. And thank you for the great, minding. Thank you.
Thank you for these important questions. One is obviously, as you said, like skill demand for high skill demand obviously has gone up. But, in India, the problem is like, the supply of, particularly in the technical field, supply of high skilled people is very high. So what happens? Overall, the level of demand and supply obviously mismatch. Means there is a huge supply of high skilled worker, but on the other hand, the employment generation for high skilled is not that much. And the second question, obviously, when you have high supply in the labor market and very few jobs, so that depress the overall wages. So that is one of the things. The other one is it's applied to only few sectors. It's not all sector. And the second question is another important question, which I have not gone into the detail in my presentation, because when you talk about the skilling, we always talk about skilling, reskilling all the people and all. So one I've mentioned in my presentation, one is like whether whom you are skilling able to get that kind of skilling program or not. Because if their qualification or if your education background is not that enough, so they won't be able to get that kind of skill through the skill training program only. So what we have done another paper. What we have seen, those who have inherited skills, like if your father is in some particular occupation and you are inheriting from your father, so that is one. The another one is on the job. If you are getting skills on the job, so their employment level is, we can call it informal skills. Their employment level is quite high than those who are getting this reskilling kind of program. And the reskilling in India, mostly, I think other developing country, only 1 month, 2 months, the very short kind of skilling program is there. And it is also, sometimes they say they link to industry and all, but yes. So that is another one. I think thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we have very short time for another question. I've got one, but I want to keep it just in case nobody. Okay, then yes.
Okay, so I have a question with respect to the effect of digitalization on youth employment in Turkey. So I'm wondering if you can explain the why of your findings. So the theoretical model that would explain like the effects, like what is actually happening that's likely causing the effect that digitalization is decreasing unemployment. And then I also was wondering if you modeled the 4 variables that form your index separately to see which ones are having the greatest impact?
Thank you. Another good question. I'm just opening the article. Actually, the theoretical model, I try to see the name. I don't remember now, but in the article, we already showed the theoretical model that based on the literature. And when it comes to the other question, I can say in the better version, yes. And yes, as in the models, when it comes to sub-factor of the digital economy and society index and the effect of it and as a sub-factor to the youth unemployment, we always see that the best solution is human capital. It was nearly the 0.94 effect of it. So it was really powerful for the all years. I mean, from the 2018 to 2021, it was always the highest rate when it comes to effect of digitalization, and which comes from the human capital. And the second one was for the I will see integration of digital technology. It was the second best for the all years. So the third one was digital public services, and the least one was connectivity. So also we could, we could see the sub-factor effects from the digitalization side to youth unemployment side.
Thank you. And we have 2 more minutes, but I wanted to have one question, which is basically, okay, digitalization was more or less what we wanted to go for in this panel. And I'm going to abuse the point that I'm more of a employment policy person rather than something else. Is this a rather surf it and take advantage of it? And if yes, what 2 key points should policy focus on? Because this is actually for the 3 of you. If it's about last mile services, if it is about digitalization in general, or about structural transformation, there's always been the discussion, okay, is this labor displacing or not? Is it labor creation or not? But if it is, should we write it, and how do we best write it? If we start in the same way, starting with Hilda. Oh yeah,
Yes.
and it's a soundbite answer.
Yes, so thank you very much. I think digital has impact to employment, but I think what we should do as policymakers, we should make sure that our people are skilled enough to participate, first of all. Yeah, and second of all, I think we should look at it in the holistic manner, to look on specifically what do we do with these changes that are coming, and our people or our government should be able to act fast, especially now with AI and everything that is coming in the labor market. We should agree it's changing. We should look at it holistically and take action quickly. Thanks.
Thank you for the great question. And I think digitalization gives a really good opportunity for the labor markets. And according to my opinion, I believe that it's not only the opportunity, also we should create a kind of fair atmosphere for everybody. And then maybe we can talk more, for example, without fixing the educational problem, without fixing the legal problem, without fixing the other issues, as an obstacle in the labor market situation. So it's not enough to change or fix the digitalization. So we should make a lot of efforts for other things. And then digitalization, as I believe, will support the other things. So it's going to be like an holistic perspective. Then, of course, with the data and as a perspective, we think that digitalization will help for the youth unemployment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Actually, as you see, we have seen, we have also presented digitalization creating both high-end jobs and low-end jobs. Okay, so for high-end jobs, you need skills, and for low-end jobs, like what does it? Okay, like they need social protection and at least minimum wages and other kind of social security benefit. So I think a lot of discussion is going on. So for this low-end jobs, obviously we need those kind of policy. I mentioned, there is a minimum wages policy. Beyond that, one should, stick. And for high skill job, obviously, if you have the manpower, skill them and take full advantage of it. So that is, I think, the two key points.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And well, thank you for the panelists. Thank you for the audience, both presential and online. Also, thanks to Gabriela. And we now move on to the next section. And round of applause for everybody.
Okay. Louise, I hope that you are with us because now is the exciting moment that we've all been waiting for. No, I mean, we are so excited to have Louise Fox with us for our keynote address. It's been, I've had a few interactions with Louise over the years, and she's always inspiring. So I will introduce her. Louise has had a very long and prestigious career in the realm of development and employment. Always, I feel like youth employment has always been close to her heart. She's written extensively on the topic and also specifically to Africa, which is very relevant to the session we were just coming from, where we were focusing specifically on the continuing challenges of youth employment in Africa. So Louise, we are so happy to have you. Quick bio. Louise is currently working as a non-resident fellow in the Brookings Institute, where she's working in the African Growth Initiative. So you can see her engagement in Africa and her fighting for development in Africa is still very much a part of her her being. Now, prior to that, she's held many different positions in prestigious organizations, including the U.S. Agency for International Development, where she was chief economist. I think when I met you, Louise, you were working still with the World Bank. So, and she's also been working as part of the professorship of University of Berkeley, California. Louise, as I said, we are so thankful for you to joining us. We know that it's still fairly early in the morning in San Francisco where you're located. We're hoping that you're a morning person and are ready to shine. I will now give you the floor. Thank you, Louise. Over to you. Unmute, please.
That's over there. Okay. I must say it's a pleasure to join you in this session. I only wish I could have come to Geneva to participate in all of it. I know I have long memories of working with the ILO, and I have followed the good work that the ILO has done in the area of youth employment. And I think you guys remain a real leader in the field. Let's see, I am going to share basically 4 thoughts this morning. And I just have to, there we go. I'm basically going to share 4 thoughts this morning on interventions to address youth employment challenges. And those 4, they always tell you should say what you're going to say, and then say what you're going to say, and then say what you said. Okay, so the 4 thoughts are, first of all, there tend to be patterns in the employment challenges of youth. Country types have certain challenges. And I think in thinking about what we should do in interventions, maybe we need to pay more attention to these patterns for a better understanding on how to address them. I think that's true in the topic that you were discussing, in particular about Africa and about digitization and the 4th Industrial Revolution. I've written a paper on that. The consequences are going to be completely different than in, say, in the US, and the consequences in the US may be very different than Europe. So I just think we maybe need to pay more attention to the patterns. I'll speak about that in a minute. I think in choosing an intervention, we need to focus a lot more on our theory of change and the assumptions. I think we need to have a new discussion about the supply side and the skills youth need to be employed. And I think we need to continue to focus, and I think the ILO has increasingly focused on the demand side, really over the last 15 years. But I think there is a scope for the ILO to focus more on the demand side incentives so that the private sector will create formal employment. All right, so the first point, patterns in employment challenges. Okay, so now I need to share my screen here, and it's really a little bit less well known. Okay, so share, there we go. I think this picture here is pretty well known. Are you seeing my screen?
We see it, but maybe you can maximize.
Okay, let's see. Well, if I do, the problem is if I do slideshow, it goes to the other screen. I was struggling with that. Maybe I should have sent you these slides. Well,
It's okay. We can see. Don't worry, Louise. We can see it.
Oh, okay. I think
Good enough.
basically most of you know this graph anyway. And you know that underemployment is what matters in low-income countries. This is an Africa graph, okay? So, and that unemployment starts to matter more when you get to be a middle-income country. The upper middle-income countries in Africa, that story is dominated by South Africa. The rest of the upper middle-income countries in other regions look a little different. You don't have quite this high youth unemployment. And I think that it's, so that picture I think is known pretty well, but that obviously I still see people talking about youth unemployment in Liberia, and there's not a lot of youth unemployment in Liberia. There's an awful lot of underemployment. However, there is some youth unemployment, of course, in Liberia. But the second thing, this picture, I think is really not well known, which is that youth unemployment is highest in, so this is the whole world, right? In the middle income countries. And as you saw in the previous graph, it can be high in resource-rich countries. A lot of lower middle income countries are resource-rich countries, and they kind of get to that income level, and then they get stuck, and they get a lot of unemployment. And I think we really ought to be paying attention to this graph and why some countries are up here. I think that's South Africa, and why some countries kind of seem to avoid the unemployment middle income trap. And then why, as you get to a higher income country, do things look better? Is it because macro policy is better? Is it because the labor market is better? Is it because the economy is better? What is really going on? Okay, so that's my first thought, that we need more attention to that difference. My second thought on this point, oh, by the way, and one theory I have is that in resource-rich countries, the education system is well ahead of the economy. And the question then is, do you stop educating people? No, but resource-rich countries find it easier to devote their mineral rents to education than to actually developing the economy. And so we need to expect unemployment among the most educated in resource-rich countries. And we need to, our interventions really need to think about what to do about that. Okay, if you manage to go to higher ed, you're rich. So should we be worried about you because you're rich? Yes, because your skills are being wasted in the economy. And I think the second point about that heterogeneity I just showed is that given this heterogeneity, you need to take meta-analyses and literature surveys of active labor market programs with a grain of salt, because the economies are not the same. Now, any good analysis will kind of look at that point and try to tease it out, but the economies are not the same, and the people accessing the program are not the same. The opportunities of the people coming out of the program are not the same. So I know tomorrow you're going to discuss a meta-analysis. I haven't seen it, but I think it's going to be important for you to look at that heterogeneity and the meta-analysis. and sort of think, okay, how does this meta-analysis speak to the problem that I'm looking at? What does my country context bring to that question? All right, so that's the first point, patterns in employment challenges. The second point is about theories of change for interventions. I think we have been talking about this issue for a while. I certainly have been talking about it for at least 15 years. There are, of course, two types of interventions. There's interventions on the supply side, primarily skill building projects, but also some efforts at matching. And there are interventions on the demand side, which are basically private sector development projects, which are often labeled as employment projects. Now, they each make a set of assumptions. And I would say the first point is, we don't spend enough time checking to see if those assumptions are valid, right? So for skill building projects, the assumption is that the business climate is adequate and the economy is growing and it's creating job vacancies, but these vacancies can't be filled because youth don't have the skills. And for the private sector development projects, when they're labeled as employment projects, we argue that if we help these private sector, especially some very often small businesses, by providing access to finance or markets, there is a supply of workers in the labor market that these firms will hire if they can expand. So the firms have, the entrepreneurial skills and whatever to manage that labor, and that the growth that we're inducing actually leads to jobs, which is also something that people like Danny Broderick questioned at least about 10 years ago, and we're still really considering his point about deindustrialization. So I would make 2 points about these two theories of change. First of all, I think you know my position, which is that there's way too much reliance on number one, the skill and too many skill building projects. I call that the blame the youth strategy. And I think there's not enough analysis before designing interventions. I'm sort of tired a little bit of coding for girls projects. I don't have anything against have anything coding. Country can't sell, those skills can't be used because the infrastructure isn't there in terms of ICT and electricity and whatever to use that coding. And now we have AI that does coding. So what's going to happen? I mean, it could be the same as the same problem as all of the projects that trained girls to be tailors, but automation is here. So we really need a lot more analysis before we do skill building projects. But another point that we need to think about is that it's quite possible that the skill issue has some validity and that there is a high enough quality intervention that could address it, right? Not sort of the worst of the worst of technical vocational education. You've all seen that. It's a room without any decent equipment with an instructor who drones on and doesn't really know what they're talking about and is teaching things that industry's not interested in. But so let's put that model aside and let's suppose we have a good model. It's quite possible that you can't address one side alone. And I think that makes youth employment, especially in middle income countries, a lot more complicated. And it means we need to try some new models and work differently. I'm struck by the fact that a few years ago, the ILO did some great work on the construction sector in Africa. And that analysis did cite a lack of appropriate skills training. It noted that there was a lot of inappropriate skills training, right? Training people for skills that the market construction sector doesn't demand or not using good equipment, et cetera, et cetera. But another bottleneck was the bifurcated sector structure. There are large foreign companies, construction companies, they're using capital-intensive methods. They have access to cheaper capital. And so they dominate the large scale infrastructure construction, et cetera. And then there are small and all the government, they dominate the government contracts, of course. And then there are small informal enterprises that do small scale construction, houses and shops. They don't have much equipment, they don't have much specialization, and they can't grow, and they can't compete with the large foreign construction companies. So in this so what you see in Africa, and I've shown that in one of my papers, is that the growth of value added in construction in Africa did not equal the growth of jobs. So that meant that actually both theory of change 1 and theory of change 2 were not valid. So an intervention would have to address both the supply and the demand in order to be successful. That certainly complicates what we're trying to do, but I think it's something in terms of the analysis that we do before we introduce an intervention, we certainly need to look at both sides. Okay, so now that I've kind of trashed skills projects, do skills matter? My third thought, well, yeah, they do, but not in the way they did in the 20th century. I certainly know that many people in the ILO and many people in academia and in other IFIs have moved beyond the 20th century model, but I think it's worth just recapping what it was. You know, so what was the European sort of vocational training and internship model based on? You learned a specialized skill or trade for a particular sector, right? And then you worked at it all your life. And so, but the problem is that's not the 21st century. In the 21st century, the skills that matter is that you're able to learn. You need to learn, not learn a specialized skill, but to learn skills your whole life. You need to learn to communicate, to work with others and with clients. Services are more important in terms of jobs than manufacturing, even for, especially for middle-income countries. And I think one of the problems in middle-income countries is that people are stuck in that 20th century model, that's the way things work. And I suspect that neither youth nor their elders actually know what a 21st century model of employment and skills development should look like. And there is some evidence that they actually don't know. There have been surveys on what skills they think are valuable. I'm going to tell you a little anecdote that shows that they don't know that. I read a paper, it was really an interesting little paper, on a reproductive health program in East Africa for young girls. This was Gates funded, okay? So what was really interesting that the providers of this program reported was that participants wouldn't turn up to the reproductive health services unless vocational skills were included. So the participants, young girls, did not value the reproductive health services or the time that they needed. They would only attend if they got fairly useless or almost useless vocational skills. Now, that was certainly a head spinner for me for two reasons. First of all, it means the costs of providing reproductive health services in this context would be quite high. And second of all, how easily a 20th century skills development model was sold to them. And I think the final thing on skills, so again, skills matter, but more general skills, not so many specific vocational training schools. There are still failures in the skill market for specialized skills. I don't want to deny that, but the 21st century approach to skill development hasn't really been taken in, I think, in many, in Africa and other developing regions where you have low and lower middle income countries. And I think the second question we have to ask ourselves about skill development is, we haven't spent enough time looking at whether traditional male norms support the development of these 21st century skills. I think in many cases, traditional male norms support the development of 20th century skills. So how do these gender norms interact? Maybe many of these 21st century skills are thought about as female skills, although females aren't learning them either. But how do these gender norms interact with the willingness and ability to develop 21st century skills? And what should we be doing about that, especially in the area of youth employment where the ILO tends to operate, which is not in-school programs, but post-school programs? How should we incorporate? Should the ILO programs work more on after-school programs to teach soft skills? Or is that an area where more emphasis should be placed by people, by organizations like the ILO that are focused on employment and earnings? And would governments accept that? There was a survey some years ago in African countries, and it suggested that there was a big gap between the education donor establishment and African governments on two questions. One, whether there really was learning deficit problems in the in-country education systems, and two, whether money ought to be spent on vocational education or not. Governments want to spend money on vocational education. It's very easy to say, I'm going to fix the youth, right? And the donors didn't think the money it should be spent in a 20th century model. They wanted a 21st century model. And so I think that's also kind of an issue. In Africa, you have the oldest governments ruling over the youngest population. So sometimes we really have an understanding gap. But as I said, I'm not sure youth and their elders really understand 21st century skills either. Okay, so on the fourth point, on the demand side, I know I'm speaking to the ILO, and you guys don't build roads and you don't build infrastructure and the kind of things that we think would generate economic growth. And you don't worry about business regulations so much and accounting standards and financial deepening and all those other development challenges. But you do work on the demand side in some areas. You do work, for example, with SMEs. And so I think the question is your demand side, are your demand side efforts working? And are they really considering the challenges? And I guess I would have 2 points. First of all, on the point about technology and the future of work, we can't be Luddites. We need new technology to raise living standards. In the long run, development will cause jobs to be destroyed and created. And the question is how to manage these frictions so that incentives to employ labor remain, and more importantly, incentives to treat labor well remain, so labor standards. And I've been very influenced by the work of Daron Acemoglu. He argued in the US that the reason why robots are destroying jobs in the US is too many subsidies to capital. And so in areas where technology does not dominate on productivity grounds, robots are nonetheless employed because capital is too cheap. And so in developing countries, I think the voice of the potential investor is very loud to the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Planning. And the voice of the potential employee is very soft and not really heard. And the investor wants tax breaks on corporate income, on importing machinery, on depreciation. In other words, subsidies to their capital. And the Ministry of Finance is willing to grant them because they know they need to import technology and they know they need more capital and they need more investment in order to grow because domestic resources aren't adequate. But who in that process is arguing for employment creation? You know, in some of these mining investments, the only taxes that are paid are by the employees on employment. Now, that's kind of weird. And I wonder if those of us who are concerned about employment, and especially at the ILO and others that are really concerned about the employment side of economic growth and want the quality of growth to include better employment opportunities, can we engage effectively on this topic, at least to get other viewpoints on the table? Do we have the data? Do we have the analysis? Do we know how? One thing I know is that youth often have no clue about these issues. You know, either youth are against either they're youth activists that are against large corporations, and they may have a point, by the way. There may be reasons to be against some large corporations and what they have done, or they just don't care. But, you know, youth are voters. They have some voice, not enough, certainly, but they have some voice. And I'm not sure they're focused on these particular questions. And the question is, as we think about youth employment, both from an economic sense, but from a political and social sense, are we bringing youth along on some of these issues, some of these key policy issues that make a big difference? Okay, that's all I have to say. I want to leave time for questions. So over to you, Sarah, for questions, comments. I'm open.
Thank you so much, Louise. And certainly you challenged us as we asked you to do. And I think it was extremely fruitful, and there will be many questions. And if we do not see questions on the floor, I will start with my own. But raise your hands, comments, questions.
I see one in the chat, Sarah. Should I address that?
Sure. Let me read it. Okay, Louise?
Okay.
This is from Michael Mwakisekata, who is actually ILO Employment Services representative.
Great.
And he
Great.
says, the example from East Africa does not necessarily mean that the project recipients were stuck in the 20th century model. See, Louise, you get some pushback.
Good.
Don't you think
I'm not always right?
Yeah, don't you think the context here matters? Reproductive health makes sense if your basic needs are met, question mark. If there's nothing on the table and the economy cannot create enough jobs, skills development will always be seen as valuable, even if they do not lead to gainful employment. This is not helped by the emphasis on human stories that showcase sometimes the experience of sheer outliers. Okay. Maybe I collect a couple comments and questions, Louise.
That's fine.
Okay. We have one in the room, please, Ignatius.
Thank you so much. Hi, Louise. Thank you so much for this great food for thought. I would like to pick up on your last point and maybe challenge you a little bit on that as well, considering your take on you've been focused on those questions. My take is that when I look at youth at the moment, the current generations, they are really very conscious and very active, and they really would like to have their voices heard. But where things are blocking is how we can actually engage them meaningfully and how actually their voices are being taken up. We do see that, especially in the multilateral levels, I think there are quite a bit of avenues where that really allows youth voices to be heard. But when we look at Africa, especially on the national levels, those discussions and those processes are much less inclusive. Even, you know, both youth-wise and gender-wise as well. And that leads to policies and national strategies that are not youth and gender sensitive. So I wonder, it's more of a comment than a question. I really would like your take, because I do think they really are very engaged and they are interested in that matter, where the problem is that the older policy, let's say, policy sphere is so hermetic that and we still did not develop the right mechanism to first allow them to meaningfully engage. And even if they are engaged, we do not really have a good mechanism to monitor whether their voices were really heard and taken up into policies and national strategies. So thank you so much for that. Thanks.
We have Yorki.
Okay. Thank you, is it Professor Lewis, Professor Fox? Yes. You alluded to manufacturing and services, and I got the impression that you give more priority to services than manufacturing. And when I read the American history of development, I noticed that manufacturing was your strong cornerstone for driving industrialization, which is what we have not been doing in Africa for the past 4 decades. So how do we reconcile these two perspectives? Because I believe if we get into manufacturing, which is a twin sister to services, then we may be in a position to achieve your proposition on skills first, the skills first model to really create opportunities for inclusive growth and development of young people. I'm grateful for your attention.
Thank you, Luis. I'll take one more. We have Dibs in the back.
Thanks, Professor Lewis. Actually, to echo the two speakers before me, one, I don't think the youth is not really focused. I think it is the politicization of it essentially makes sure that the youth is not really been able to inform such decisions so as the employment side of the economy. It is in the this is how it's been there. I mean, Occupy Wall Street, right? I mean, the youth wasn't focused. It was, but those voices are suppressed systematically. Two, again, on the question of manufacturing, like it seems like you seem to suggest that services is the answer and 21st century skills should only focus on on services and so on, and the set of skills that you explain. But is that the case? Because to a large extent, the youth employment challenge is a result of deindustrialization, right? And full employment, full productive employment, will it be possible through just services, especially in middle income countries? Would appreciate your views on that. Thank you.
Okay, Louise, would you like to start with these ones?
Well, wonderful set of questions. Thank you so much. And I think that, first of all, let me say that if I came across as blaming youth for not being involved, I apologize to all youth all over the world. And that was not the message that I intended. And I completely agree with the second speaker who talked about, I love that word, the policy environment is hermetic. I'm going to use that again. Thank you. It's true. There's just not a lot of pathways into the policy sphere. But I do think, but I also think that maybe how things work and what choices governments are making and what are the employment impacts of them may not fully be understood by youth. And I'm wondering if even if only a few are listening somehow, somewhere, if we can help youth to be better focused in their activism. I mean, I agree. Occupy Wall Street didn't have policy proposals, so it kind of went away. Or at least it didn't have a practical path to change. Let me put it that way. Building up interest groups that would support that. And I think that there's a bit too much of that sometimes. And so that's just my dream, really, because I don't know how things, in some countries in Africa where you've got this gerontocracy ruling and not allowing anybody's voice in, it's a struggle. But that's just my dream, is that we can get better employment policy if the people who need employment are more able to advocate for it and look at it in a 21st century way. Now, let me go to the East Africa model. And I guess what I would say is, well, first of all, I would say that girls should, I was surprised to see girls not value reproductive health services, but that's okay. That's my perspective. And the perspective of the East African girls and what they wanted is highly relevant. And I don't mean to demean it at all. But what I would say is what they were asking for, they were getting like vocational training and things like tailoring and basket making and the kind of stuff that's not going to make them a lot of money anyway. That's the problem. I didn't really go into the details of what the training they were getting was providing. It was very gender stigmatized. It was that some of it was hairdressing, which hairdressing, you can make a living, but it was very gender stigmatized. It wasn't really the negotiation skills. And so basically they thought that training would help them earn a living, but it probably wouldn't. And so for me, I mean, it just goes to show that that's the problem when outsiders, this was a consortium in North Carolina HI 360 or something that was implementing this project. It just goes to show that people shouldn't sit in North Carolina or Washington, DC, or New York or San Francisco, where I live, and sit around and say, well, we know what the problem is, so here's the service. But it also, to me, it indicated a lack of knowledge of what might make a difference. I don't know what would have made it. I wasn't there. I don't know the details of those young women's lives. But I do think it suggests that we need to know, and I understand the idea that if they can't make a living, they're not so interested in reproductive health, but there you are. Okay, now let's talk a minute about services versus manufacturing. So, the role that manufacturing played in the growth and employment generation in the 19th and 20th century, it can't play now. Why? Because technology has changed. Robots have been invented. Capital-intensive processes produce better quality at a lower price. That's what people want, and that's what they're going to get. And nobody wants an expensive mobile phone when they can get a cheap one from China. That's it, period. And I think that there's no question that the entrance of some big countries exporting manufacturers into the market really challenges, shall we say, late industrializers. And I think the work of Danny Roderick showed it. And I don't think we can turn the clock back. You can say, okay, there was deindustrialization, but a lot of those firms weren't making money manufacturing. They weren't globally competitive. Should late industrializers like those in Africa ignore manufacturing entirely? Absolutely not. Food processing, for example, a perfect example of a manufacturing sector that needs to grow in Africa, and its linkages through value chains with the agricultural sector and higher value agricultural production. That, for example, is something that allowed countries like Thailand to grow and develop. And I think it's a model that Africa can pursue. But even in those jobs, people won't be in producing the same thing forever. So they still need to learn to learn. They may move from food processing to some other kind of product. At the same time, the skills of exporting and logistics are in short supply and really needed. And also customer skills and marketing skills and the skills to find markets. The problem with the service sector, and I appreciate that point, is that service jobs tend to require more education. So, and given that in low and lower middle income countries in Africa, the throughput of secondary education isn't high enough, there is a problem. But I would say that so I don't want to demean manufacturing, but it can create value added, but that's an example of creating value added, but not necessarily employment. And that's the struggle.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments and questions from the floor? Okay, we have Hitomi, please.
Hi, my name is Hitomi Ho, from FAO. Thank you very much, Dr. Fox, for your presentation. It was quite insightful. And I would like to say that Sarah said your presentation challenged ILO, but it also challenged FAO as well, because we implement the youth employment program, and as part of the program, we have skills development, which you crashed. Though I also know that there is more and more evidence generated around youth development, youth employment work by like David McKenzie on assessing the training for business development. And it's their evidence is quite strong. So like training, like personal initiative training can have a strong effect in increasing the business revenue and the income. So I wonder what are your views on those more and more generated evidence, if you consider it as part of the skills development side, or if you consider it as more like a combined combination of supply and demand side program, because it they support SMEs and you categorize it as under the demand side. And another question, the second question is, we as FAO work in the field of agriculture. And since you covered service and the manufacturing sectors, I would like to hear your views on agricultural sector. So in agriculture, the problem is more of the youth mindset. And so in many countries, youth do not consider agricultural jobs as like, well-deserving jobs, especially for those who have higher education, like a university degree. But at the same time, especially in developed countries, aging in agricultural sector is becoming a problem. So there will be a great opportunity for youth to enter. So how I would like to understand your views on that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we're going to take two more from the floor. Give it back to Louise, and let's not forget, we will not be done with Louise. She will join us for a panel, but Susanna was first, and then we go to Carlos. Yeah, Susanna.
Thank you. Hi, Louise.
Hi, Susanna. Nice to see you.
You too. So I think it's good you didn't come in person because you just crashed half of the programs people implement over here. So I wanted to pick on the demand side, Luis. Maybe because you say it a lot, but perhaps if you can just give us an ABC on how to boost labor demand for young people, that would be great. And the second point is because you mentioned so much middle income countries. So I was thinking about the WDR that is coming up that you probably have seen already, that has a very strong focus on imitation and innovation as pathways or strategies for growth, sort of trying to overcome the middle income trap. So I was wondering, what is your take? Because obviously, if we go in this direction, there has to be a lot of investments in capital without, forgetting about employment, but just trying to reconcile how this narrative fits with the sectoral narrative that you bring today. So over to you.
Okay, Carlos.
Thank you, Professor Luis, for your time. I would like to share a thought also, because clearly there is not a silver bullet that will work everywhere in every context, independently of what we want to achieve. But I am surprised because you said that ILO doesn't really act on the demand side because we don't do infrastructure, business regulation, these things. Indeed, ILO does infrastructure. For example, in Timor-Leste, it started the Cash for Work programs that are mainly infrastructure programs based on public work schemes, but there is that. When we talk, I have worked inside ministries of finance and planning for 5 years in less developed countries. And I think I have a good idea of how infrastructure projects work, because indeed I spent 3 years working in public investment management in Guinea-Bissau. I am not so sure that infrastructure works better than skill training, although I think both things, of course, are necessary. Just to share a thought, many times when the World Bank or other investment banks go to talk with ministries of finance in less developed countries, they propose to build a road or whatever other type of infrastructure without considering whether the government is going to put money for the maintenance. And in the end, what we have is the same project every 5-10 years to build the same road, because there is not maintenance. And that is a reverse subsidy from the less developed countries to the developed countries, because we lend them money, they end paying, or they didn't even end paying the interest of the loans, and then we lend them the same money to do the same thing. So I think that's something that should be considered also in infrastructure projects. Thank you.
One more, really last one, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for a very good thought or presentation. I have 2 questions which I really wanna hear your take on this. Number one, the unemployment rate specifically in Tanzania is higher among educated people rather than non-educated. But we try to dig deeper, and what we realize, even though these low-skilled or uneducated people are having jobs, but the quality of this job is also very low. And the second issue I would like to hear from you is on these sectors. So currently, we conducted a study with World Bank on, we conducted a poverty assessment in Zanzibar. It's a part of Tanzania. So we conducted on Zanzibar, and what we found is that most of people, they are moving from low productivity agriculture sector, they are moving to the service sector. But when we look at the poverty, what we realize, it has very low contribution to poverty reduction. And that was a challenge to us, because I've been always championing, like, you should move away from agriculture and then move to service sector to improve, to move out of poverty. But now that was not the case. So my question is, what do you think as an expert, what can be done to make sure that the service sector can have impact on poverty reduction? Probably there is something that we're not doing right in the country, and now we probably can do it better to make sure that the service sector, the shift to the service sector, will have impact to the poverty reduction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hilda. Louise, before I give it back to you, let me come out as your biggest fan and defendant. I love that Louise challenges us. I really feel like we have a responsibility. Governments listen to our advice. They're very receptive to the donor community, and we need to be really smart and challenge our assumptions about how we can encourage them to change their prioritize their interventions. I think this is where Louise is trying to lead us. Louise, over to you.
Thanks, Sarah. And yes, indeed, you asked me to challenge, so I did. But let me just say a little bit about my views about skills. For example, the first speaker from the FEO cited David McKinsey's work on personal initiative training. Okay, that's a 21st century skill, right? And so a lot of these soft skills, it may have been a 20th century skill as well, but it wasn't really taught. You were expected somehow to learn it at home or something. So I think some of you are citing skills trainings that work that are 21st century, that I would call 21st century skills training, that focus more on what we call, you all know the difference between general and like firm specific or sector specific skills. And the focus on learning to learn, on personal initiative, on communication, this training needs to happen. And many school systems, it's not happening. And so it has to happen in after-skill programs. And I think this kind of stuff is very important. So I hope I only crashed a quarter of the program, Susanna. Now, FAO, yes, FAO. I am a big believer. I think the role of agriculture is often underestimated. And that's because there's a lot of low-paying subsistence agriculture that people want to get away from, and they certainly do. And you can't ask youth to work in a sector where they have to do backbreaking work and not make very much money. The agriculture sector has to reform itself to bring those challenges. And it's not so easy. There's a reason why there's no green revolution in Africa yet. And that's because Africa is a lot more complicated than other regions of the world in terms of multiple, and you at FAO know that in terms of microclimates, et cetera, et cetera. So I would like to say that, so I do think, I mean, people are going to have to eat. And previously, you know, all these theories of agriculture were that people, when they get richer, they want less food and they want other things. But actually, it turns out people want good food and nice food as they get richer, and we have to feed people. So I do think there's a huge role for Africa and the Africa. The connection between what's on the farm and off the farm activities, building that connection and making it work provides a lot of employment. I'm from the state of California. In California, for every dollar of value added created on the farm, $9 is created off the farm. Okay, that's in food processing, marketing, serving, etc. Just think about our wine industry. You know, the value of the grapes is actually quite low, but the value of the wine is actually quite high. And FAO, you're working on that, and that's great. Keep it up. Now, so I think I answered about personal initiative training. And I think, Carlos, so I mentioned infrastructure. I wasn't thinking about small scale infrastructure built in public works projects, you know, fixing, you know, some village infrastructure, digging some ditches to manage water better, et cetera. I'm talking about the large infrastructure. Infrastructure isn't the only story, but I have done quite a bit of work on the impact of the fourth industrial revolution on employment in Africa. And what I'm struck by is that there are entrepreneurs that are trying to take skilled Africans that know how to code, et cetera, and sell their services to other countries much cheaper. And you know what happens? They can't sell them because the ICT infrastructure, ICT and the electricity infrastructure isn't good enough for them to be able to work regularly. So that's an area where we really need to pay attention to infrastructure, and energy infrastructure is not going to be built in a public works project. There are a lot of there's new technology, and I'm not going to enter into the trade-off between green and not green and blah, blah, blah. It's just one simple example of where the demand side matters. I think other aspects of the demand side that are perhaps underappreciated. Well, financial sector development is clearly important, but I feel like small middle-income countries are never going to be able to compete with the Chinese financial sector. I myself do not understand enough about government procurement in the construction sector to say how that could be useful, for example, for building up a domestic construction sector in Africa that could create more employment. I don't know that. It's like one of my fantasies, you know, for a while is that somebody would pay me to figure that out, but it probably would take too long because there are probably people who understand it a lot better, and we should pay them to tell us. But it definitely played an important role in Asia, and also in South Asia, in parts of Asia. In terms, if you look at the share of value added in construction and the share of employment in construction, they match up much better than in Africa. And so I think we really need to figure it out. And I did want to give a shout out to the good work of the ILO, which was done in 2017 and 18 that kind of laid this out. So that's also part of the ABCs on the demand side. So, Susanna, I don't know if the ILO is reviewing this WDR. I was in DC in early November, and I talked to the people working on the WDR. And I was a bit afraid that it was too kind of macro and not really didn't have enough focus on these employment challenges. You know, the picture that I showed you, I'm not sure that group has really thought about that picture and thought about the countries where the youth unemployment rate is low in middle income countries and where it's high beyond demographics. I mean, they have said, okay, demographic, you know, if you're producing a lot of youth, it's harder to get them employed. Okay, duh. Thank you. That's numbers. Let's go on. You know, I think a lot more thinking is needed, and I hope they will do that thinking. And if they don't, I think you should challenge them to do that thinking. I think that's really quite important. Tanzania, yes, Tanzania is not the only country. In most of Africa, my work has shown that unemployment is higher among the educated. And there, I'm not sure what's going on. I think there's an issue. I mean, Sam Jones has done the same work on Mozambique, showing that Sam Jones's and people's work and his colleagues at the Ministry of Finance in Mozambique have shown that basically youth, when they're in university, have no idea what kind of jobs they qualify for and what those jobs pay and how to get those jobs. And, you know, I just got a proposal from someone doing a PhD who wanted my advice on their work proposal to try to get people with higher education employed in SME. And I said, think we need to rethink that. SMEs don't specialize enough to hire people who have higher education. They don't specialize. And you need specialization to use the specialized skills of people with higher education. So I agree that that's a challenge. And I don't know if we have an answer for Tanzania. I haven't been to Tanzania in about, I don't know, 8 years. But I think we need to look at that and see. But again, I go back to the agricultural sector. And I would challenge your colleague from the FAO and others to say, how are we developing the agriculture to use those skills of people with higher education in agricultural research and applying that agricultural research in improving the quality of what's on the farm, but also making sure that the whole value chain is connected off the farm and to the consumer. So I guess, I don't know if I answered enough questions, but I did my best.
Big round of applause for Louise. Thank you. Now, if you want more, Louise, stay with us because now we're going to do a quick transition into the panel. Sorry, everyone, that we're running a little bit behind. I'm going to give the mic to my colleague, my boss, my friend, Ms. Dorothea Smit-Clow, who's the Chief of the Employment, Labor Markets and Youth Branch. She will be our moderator. And also I would invite Esther Sandor from Eurofound to join us, and Marco, please, from the Swiss Development I'm sure I didn't say that properly, SDC. We have Louise online and Helen Osborne from the Asian Development Bank. Thank you. If everyone wants to stand and stretch while we do this transition, please feel free.
So while you're stretching, let's move into the next session. Another warm welcome to this final session of the day. And I hope we will manage to get the rest of the remaining energy out of you for this session. It is quite late and we stand between this session, between you and the reception. So we will try to make it as exciting as possible. It is really a great pleasure to welcome this very, very interesting panel. And we really, really hope that this will be kind of a good wrap up of the first day. all of the specialists have either directly been doing research on topics linked to youth employment, or have been supporting such work in their respective capacities as donors or program leads. As Sarah already said, we have 4 panelists, 2 with us in the room and 2 joining virtually. And I will introduce them, or let them introduce themselves as we go along. It's supposed to be a 1-hour dialogue, but maybe we can have it a bit shorter. We'll see. The idea originally was that each speaker gets 2 questions. The first question would be a bit, we would give them a bit more time. We said 7 minutes, so we make it 5 minutes maybe. And I do hope that we will have also time for some questions from the audience if we still have some energy left. So I first turn to Esther Sandor. She's the Senior Research Manager at Eurofound. That's all I'm going to say. Esther, you and your colleagues at Eurofound have put out really many top quality research pieces on youth employment in Europe over the years. Of course, you have the enormous advantage that you have all the data you need compared to doing research in other regions of the world. But I do recall, for example, a really nice report you wrote on young needs, and another one on the working conditions for young people and inequalities of opportunities. So really at the heart of the problems that we are discussing here. And we would really like to hear from you on the topics that you are focusing on at the moment. So the question to you is, please, can you tell us what is your research focus at this moment, and how has it been evolving over the past years? So is there a development? Is there a continuity? This is our question to you. So over to you.
Thank you very much for this. Yes, you're right. So during the recession, especially, the need rate was something that Eurofound focused on, but I have to give credit to my head of unit, Massimiliano Mascarini. This was just after or during the Great Recession, and around the time when the Youth Guarantee in the EU was first established. And then the need rate was something that was monitored and became also part of the social scoreboard of the European Pillar of Social Rights. And at the time, Eurofound was involved in highlighting the diversity of NEET young people. This one of the presentations today mentioned it as well, and showing that at the time, I think over 20% of young people, NEET young people, were long-term unemployed, and others were discouraged from looking for work entirely. But our current research on young people is slightly different, so it's going a bit of a different direction. In a report that's coming out in 2024, we are investigating what it means or what it is like to become adults in current society, and what stands in the way of young people's plans, which is not always not necessarily the availability of jobs at this moment in the EU. So our starting point is at the end of the pandemic, a lot of young people had to, or during the pandemic, a lot of young people had to change their plan for the future. And we are now investigating with a survey young people's wishes for the future and what's achievable when it comes to work, but also housing and family. So remaining with employment, so in the EU, the labor market is currently quite strong because of the labor shortages, and the youth employment rate is higher than we have seen at any time in the last 15 years or so. And so this is a bit of a challenge for our research, and we are looking at what are the reasons why young people continue to have problems achieving their plans, because we find that young people also have unusual levels of low mental well-being, let's say, and only very little improvement has been measured since the pandemic, even though we expected a bit better improvement. So when it comes to employment and the progress of the Youth Guarantee, the pressures on the active labor market policies in the EU are much lower now because of the high employment rate, which is, I'm saying this informally, but it results in an overall sense of delay, let's say, in active labor market policies. But it's avoiding the fact that in many countries, especially Southern European countries, there are still a lot of pressure because of high need rates, and there are a lot of regional disparities. And these countries expressed concern about whether youth guarantee is able to deliver in the most deprived regions. Something else related to the need rate is that we focus a lot on unemployed young people, but nowadays the biggest reason behind being in this situation is young women and care responsibilities or family responsibilities. This is also something that was mentioned in other countries as well today. And we noticed that measures specifically aimed at young mothers or young women in the EU's recovery and resilience facility are a bit less, let's say, or minimal, I couldn't say. And so we are trying to highlight that the increased need on the gender dimension of the need rate that was also mentioned today. So it was interesting to see perspective of other countries. And the final thing I want to mention related to employment specifically is that decent work is not available to all young people, as you know, also in the EU. In our survey, almost half of young people would like to change their jobs, if possible, within a year. And we noticed that this is especially true for young people with insecure contracts. And something else is also related to this is that if they are unable to do remote work completely, even though they believe that their job is teleworkable in theory, they also would like to change their jobs. But anyway, having a mismatch between aspirations and concrete plans when it comes to your job is associated with higher risk of depression among young people. This is what we found in our data. And so this is one of the reasons why we have to keep the narrative not only of the availability of jobs, but decent work. And yeah, so many jobs remain unattractive, low paid, and unable to afford young people the means of decent living, including housing, which is the main point of the report is more related to housing, which I'm not going to go into because of the time. So yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot. Very interesting research and very needed research because even though, I said at the beginning, you are in a lucky position to have data for a lot of the things you're doing research on. The research we do in Europe, of course, has a huge impact on the questions we ask in developing countries. So, for example, the idea of youth guarantees is something we very strongly promote, and we learn the lessons from the European experience, and we don't want to repeat the same mistakes. So even if the research is focused more on Europe, I think it has huge implications for the research, but also the policy advice we give in not so developed economies. Okay, so let me now come to our keynote speaker again, Louise. I'm a bit, I have a bit of a problem here because the discussion earlier led already to the question that I was going to ask you. So either you can use this extra time to make your position even clearer, even though I think it is very clear, or I can give you a bit of another question, which is a bit more, it is on the demand side issue, and the World Bank is going to come out with a report very soon on jobs, and they say that this is a new perspective of the bank towards jobs and job creation, because for the first time they make the argument growth alone is not enough. Okay, employment is only created under certain circumstances, and of course one of the circumstances they say is if the skills are ready. Okay, so what can we actually do to still profit from our skills interventions so that they actually lead to these conditions that then may ensure that growth is actually translated into job creation and especially into decent job creation? So that's my invented question, but as an alternative, I want to give you your own quote, and something that was that you said and is published. Imagine if all the money, and this is you saying it, imagine if all the money being spent now on tiny youth projects with tiny results were spent instead on improved infrastructure, connectivity of information flows, trade facilitation, and better management in the public and private sector to facilitate formal sector job creation. Hard to do, but it is what youth really need. So can you please explain what you mean here? And I think we already know. So you have the choice. 2 questions, 5 minutes to answer.
Oh my goodness. I'll try to answer kind of both in one way. And I was a peer reviewer, by the way. I am a peer reviewer for the World Bank report on jobs, but I haven't seen the latest draft. I'm not sure. It seems to be floating around in discussion along with World Bank reform and other things. So I'm hoping it comes out soon. So let me just say a little bit more about skills. I forgot to say in answering the question of the questioner from the FAO that ag extension is a form of skill development, for example. That's important. And it works when there's something to extend, i.e. when there's a new technology to give to farmers that actually really works. So in certain situations, and that's an example, a skill development can work. I recall 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago, maybe 12 years ago, I was in Tanzania, and ILO was actually running a project to train bakers and kitchen workers, and it was being done in connection with the industry. And that was an area where skills were missing. And tourism is growing, and that's an area often where skills are missing. Now, there's also a problem of capital to develop the tourism industry, and that's also missing. And so skills training can only go, that's an example of where skills training can only go so far. What I would say is that in one iteration of the World Bank report, and I don't know what iteration we're on, but there was the point about what is needed is better education, not necessarily specialized skill development. I want to say that my view is that supply does not create its own demand. You cannot train them and somehow investment will come. That, I think, has been fundamentally proven wrong. Investment can come, and the question is whether, when that investment comes, policymakers work to make sure that the jobs are opened up in the local economy. So instead of giving corporate tax exemptions, why don't they give labor tax exemptions? Why not, as part of the investment, why not take a lower rent or a lower benefit and say to the firm, you can bring in workers, from your own company with their nationality for 5 years. But during that 5 years, you have to train local workers so that we have a pathway, so that local workers take over. You had, there was a project, it was actually a world in Mozambique, where I believe the big, I think it was the big bauxite mining firm was supposed to also use its executives to provide, the Brazilian executives to provide local kind of management training to small and medium enterprises and mentor them so that they could be suppliers to that work. So I think there are ways in which skills training matters, but I think the World Bank report on jobs is going to talk about the demand side and how to work better. I don't know whether there's a connection. I think what's also going on is maybe asking the question of whether the research for the World Bank report on jobs is adequately connected to the report on middle income countries to talk about these employment situations. But I think the skills they're talking about are 21st century skills. And I think there is somewhat of a critique of education models in some countries that are not focused enough on these 21st century skills and too focused kind of on remote learning. That's my impression. But I do think things like trade facilitation, look, Africa's a bunch of small countries. They don't have economies of scale. The African Free Trade Agreement is a great initiative. It's only going to work if the trade actually flows and if the trade facilitation works. That's not the ILO's area of expertise. But is there a scope for the ILO to work with something like UNCTAD that has that expertise, to work together to make that work? I don't know. I'm just throwing it out. Okay.
Thanks a lot. And we try hard, I can tell you that.
I know you do. Lots of respect. I have lots of respect for the ILO.
Okay, thank you very much. I now turn to Marco Andreou. Thanks for joining us. I understand that you are working for the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation in the capacity of Deputy Head of the Asia section and Program Manager for Nepal and India. So I hope this is correct, and thanks a lot for joining. From what we know is that you have developed some very interesting partnerships that aim to build local capacity for analysis and policy action in the countries that you cover. Can you tell us a bit more about this and also share your insights on why you feel it is important to support capacity development of local actors to work on evidence building and research?
Yes, thank you very much. I'll start with a caveat. So I'm not a youth employment researcher or expert, but I'm going to provide two examples in answer to your question. And they stem from Nepal. So in Nepal, Nepal as a country is working on policy reforms or is in a policy reform process in the TVET sector. And it is very important, we believe that it is very important that policy making and the research system interact to better inform policy making for what works and what doesn't work, and also what new interventions might be required. And in Nepal, the SDC has initiated a dual VET apprenticeship that brings employers and the education system closer together and also assures that the production of employable human resources as per the labor market's needs. So dual VET is a system that combines practical training at the workplace with theoretical education at the vocational school. I was just talking to a GIZ colleague the other day, and he didn't know what it was. So I thought I'm certain that most of you are familiar with this concept. So I don't know if it lives up to Louis' standards of 21st century model, but I'm quickly going to highlight what the program actually is. So it's a 2 years program where apprentices go through a 3 months classroom education, followed by 20 months where they have 1 day of classroom education and 4 to 5 days of workplace training each week for 20 months. And then at the end, they have a final month of preparation for the final exam. And so that's very new to Nepal and very different, you know, from the formal VET that was more school-based in that country. So there are a lot of questions for us when it comes to discussing the effectiveness of this new approach, and also with regards to the dialogue with these different stakeholders, that is young people, parents, policymakers, businesses, etc. And what we ended up doing was a collaboration with ETH in Zurich with Professor Ursula Reynold and her team, and they did a longitudinal study using an experimental method, an RCT they conducted, to analyze the causal effect of that apprenticeship
program on the labor market situation. And the preliminary findings that were generated, so the final paper will come out in January 2024, so soon, watch out for that one. But we, prepared policy briefs initiated a dialogue with policymakers, employers, and so on about the benefits of this dual WIT, because it found, the results were quite good, I think. So you had many students, our students were very, more likely to be in work after 6 months after completing the apprenticeship, especially women. But then equally, the companies were generally satisfied with the program. And that was very interesting results on the one hand, but it also allowed us to enter into that dialogue. And we started off with 80 companies in the program in 2018. And by now, there are over 1,000 enterprises doing that kind of dual WET apprenticeship. Also, we were able to share the costs of the program with the government. And federal and provincial governments are now allocating funds towards this. And we started in 4 provinces. Now it's scaled up to all 7 provinces. So I think that's a very interesting example of how research can inform the kind of dialogue among various stakeholders, not just with businesses, but also with families and the government and like-minded development partners in the country. And I think going forward, it will be very important to capacitate local actors in terms of need identification, tools preparation, collaboration, and also the dissemination and use of the generated evidences. And this can be done through various platforms. So a second initiative we have, and I'll just be very brief on that one, is exactly that, to have kind of an implementation lab. This one is about quality assurance in that same TVET sector, so about clear criteria for accreditation of TVET schools, and also the licensing of TVET instructors. And this platform is a platform where policymakers, implementers, and researchers come together every year. And that's then more of a co-learning, co-creation approach to discuss the quality assurance issues in the TVET sector in Nepal. And so I think this kind of, beyond the very rigorous research, it's also important to kind of maintain that dialogue, because only with evidence and results you will also not transform policy. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. My guess would be, if your GIZ colleague didn't know about this, it's because he didn't want to hear about it, because Germany has been trying for the last 50 years to implement apprenticeship systems in countries and actually failed in most instances, which has to do with the fact that it's not that you can just take a system and put it somewhere else. You really need to take into account the local circumstances, and this is exactly what you did, and this is maybe why you were successful. I also want to mention that we do have a brand new recommendation on apprenticeships in the ILO, so a tripartite agreed document on the importance of this tool, because in a way it is the tool that automatically, by definition, matches supply and demand side. And you don't even have to bring the two together, because they are already together at the workplace. So in a way, the entire model of our thinking in one workspace. So this is why we had a very smooth discussion on that during the last ILC. So finally, I turn to Helen Osborne, who is online with us. Yes, we are happy to have you here as well. And you will speak on behalf of the Asian Development Bank, which you work for as a consultant. I know that you have supported some very interesting research on youth employment issues in Asia and the Pacific. Could you reflect briefly on how you think multilateral development banks can best contribute as development partners in advancing research in this field? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this first forum. I'm sorry, like others, not to be in the room with you in Geneva with old friends and colleagues, but very happy to contribute and excited to see where this forum series takes us over the years. So congratulations to ILO. I think it's so important to put the spotlight on research in youth employment. I think this is a very important moment to take stock and think about how we make sure we build the types of evidence that can really make a difference to getting more young men and women into decent work. And with that in mind, I do think, to your question, it's very important to think about how to make the connection from the young people we work with and for to a partner like a multi-development bank. And I thought, just quickly, conscious of time and the upcoming drinks reception, but I just really quickly wanted to mention 3 roles where I think MDBs can make a contribution. The first, I think, potentially is extremely significant, and it links to the kind of questions that Louise has been talking about and was asked more about, where we move away from lots of tiny projects towards big shifts that support formal job creation for youth. Because of course, MDBs have that mandate to work at policy level. They are positioned to help gain a better understanding, therefore, of the structural change to facilitate integrated labour market systems, including for youth. And then an MDB has the financing instruments to follow up with policy-based lending to help implement identified reforms. So I think, first of all, at that big macro level. But the second thing I wanted to mention, in a way, takes us to the other end of the spectrum. So definitely we want to avoid fragmentation, but I think there is a huge role for research in innovation. And making sure we are at the frontier of knowledge and ideally anticipating future directions for support, both policy and programmatic. So stimulating innovation and enabling that shift from promising to proven practice, I think, is another way that institutions like MDBs can contribute. A quick example, ADB is investing in scaling up the evidence and the implementation of the graduation approach. I'm sure many of you know it, a livelihoods approach based on providing a comprehensive set of sequenced interventions for economic inclusion. So interventions like productive asset transfer, behavioral change communications, coaching, savings, things like that. And ADB support has included a randomized control trial of a pilot project in the Philippines. So really trying to generate that rigorous data, not just about impact, but about where there can be improvements. So I think this role for MDBs in stimulating innovation can also include piloting innovative research methods to help advance the field that everyone here is together to talk about. So this might be advanced analytics and modeling techniques with big data, given their economic expertise in MDBs, but could also be methodologies that sort of more qualitative methodologies that engage the voices of the underrepresented youth. And that is what ADB tried to do through research with low income and vulnerable youth in Nepal and Indonesia, who kept diaries of their livelihood experiences of the COVID-19 pandemic. And some of you may have heard Grace Muller talk about that from Cambridge University in a session earlier today. Thirdly, lastly, just quickly, my sort of final area is around developing knowledge tools for youth employment research for public good. And I was thinking that diagnostics are a good example of that. And I think that's especially the case since what Louise shared in her first of 4 things in the keynote around thinking about those patterns in the challenges by context. So if there can be collaboration in the development of diagnostics and sharing in the usage and the results, then we can move closer to putting those precious budgets towards the pressing research questions that will help unblock the constraints for young people. So those were 3 quick thoughts, and I hope that underneath there, a sense of collaboration and partnership comes through. I think for sure, across all those 3 things, they certainly can't be done by one player or even one type of player alone, and it will certainly be much stronger through all of us working collaboratively. So thank you, and back to you in the room.
Thank you. This is very encouraging, and I think this is exactly the type of partnerships we really have to build. I just wanted to pick up on one of the points that you said when listening to many presentations today. I sometimes thought, you know, the research stopped at the point when researchers said there is no data available. And my first reaction was, get your hands dirty. You know, if there is no data available, there must be a different way of getting the information you need. And maybe you can only start with one enterprise and one sector or one supply chain. But it's better to start with just one than just ending the question by saying, well, we cannot say more because we don't have the data. And I think partnerships like the ones you were talking about is exactly who can then pick up the micro approach that some researchers have brought and can scale it up. And it can become a methodology, an innovative methodology that is then used to create the type of information at a large scale that we need. So now just the very quick second round of questions, and it's one question for all our panelists. And it's really just very quick. If you were to give 2 big research questions to our research community here, 2 key research questions linked to youth employment for the future, what would you say our research community should work on? And I start again with the...
Yeah, so based on a previous session, I'm thinking one of the most important questions is how to make digitalization work for young people in such a way that it empowers the most vulnerable, so it doesn't create inequalities. And I think inequalities in digitalization have to be researched a little bit more, because it is not something that is achievable or attainable or suitable for everybody. Thinking of young people with disabilities, some of them, yeah, for some of them it's a great tool to reduce inequalities, and for others it's impossible. And something else, this is a very European point of view, I understand, but like how to enable current generation of young people in the how to deal with uncertainty and insecurity, because a lot of the labor market does remain precarious and unfair to the young generation compared to previous generations. This is true in Europe anyway. So how to help them achieve their goals in an era of uncertainty in a way that previous generation could, at least in developed countries?
Great questions. And let's discuss further how we can work together on answering these questions. Louise?
Sure. Well, I think I sort of posed one already about why there's such different results in different middle income countries in terms of unemployment, and whether we can learn something from the experience. As you noted, Madam Chair, so eloquently, context does not always transfer. But I think I might stress a little bit also, we've had not good success in resource-rich countries. And I think we need an increased focus on a combination of the growth model of resource-rich countries together with the employment questions, and to look at that and what can be done. Are there successes? And then the second question I would say is, you know, during the previous session, the speaker from Tanzania noted that education, the unemployment is highest among educated youth. And certainly unemployment, there's one reason why unemployment always tends to be higher among youth, and that's because they're kind of churning around in the labor market trying to find their place. What kind of firm or entity suits them, et cetera, et cetera. But I do think we need to look at what we can do to support educated youth to more quickly engage in the world of work effectively, quickly, and find their way. I think we need to do something there. I don't know what will work, and it will be different in context, but that would be my question.
Thanks a lot. Marco, over to you.
Well, echoing Louise's earlier comments, on the demand side, and also infrastructure and so on, I think there needs to be much more research on country-specific needs, also in a sense of possibilities, right? So the program I mentioned earlier in Nepal works on IT, for instance, but in comparison to other countries, I think around 90% of the broadband internet in Nepal is already fiber, and so there you have totally different possibilities. And so I think those specificities or this embeddedness of labor market policies and youth employment schemes is very important. And another example would be a program we've been working on in Bangladesh, where we used to support SMEs with business development services, to only then find, that there were already a lot of existing business development services within the system, and there you need to find, the gaps and try to bridge those, or do capacity building for existing systems rather than to reinvent the wheel. Questions like that. So more research on those specificities and how this would translate into meaningful interventions would be important, I believe. And the second question is more a philosophical one, also building upon what Louisa said. I'm not sure if this binary opposition between sector-specific skills and soft skills is always helpful. I think it's more kind of a spectrum, and I think Louisa would agree. But there the question would be more for me, not only the what skills, but how, coming back to the dual vet approach, how do you teach skills and how do you, not teach, how do you develop skills really, and also bring in the other stakeholders to also get a buy-in, for instance, when it comes to defining the curricula. So I think more research on the how and the mechanisms would be important, not just the what, the kinds of skills. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And the final words from Helen.
Thanks very much. Yeah, so for my first question, I think I'll stay at the policy level. And for me, I see a big sort of unanswered question around what is the most efficient split for governments to support youth employment between general labour market support that is inclusive of youth and youth targeted support specifically for young people. And I think then that opens up important questions around how do governments then allocate resources and set themselves up? What's the institutional architecture to achieve that? And just quickly, in 2020, we did a joint study with ILO. Sarah was a key player on that, on the impacts of the pandemic on youth employment in the Asia Pacific region. And I just very quickly want to read one sentence from that, because I think that really plays to this point. We said, to support young people specifically during periods of constrained fiscal resources, such as the COVID-19 pandemic, governments need to balance, one, the inclusion of youth in wider labour market and recovery measures with, two, youth targeted interventions to maximise efficiency in the allocation of resources. And I see that, frankly, as largely still quite unanswered, which is a problem. We have blind spots then on how to advise governments. And as I say, that sort of derives down to the institutional architecture and budget allocations that we need to improve youth employment outcomes. So I think that's important. My second question, a little bit like the colleague from Eurofound, but just how do we strengthen social protection and decency in work for young people working informally? You know, we know so many young people will never be part of a formal employment relationship, yet they still need a safety net, as well as pathways to better employment opportunities. And quickly on those pathways, I think there are big questions around job matching. I think job matching is really interesting at this time. First, as economies try to sort of reconnect labour markets after the shock and disruption of COVID and ongoing disruptions, but also longer term, there's a sort of rewiring of labour markets for this ever-changing future of work. And I think there's really important questions there. At ADB, we recently published a report reviewing various types of models for job matching for youth in the region. And really thinking, for me, I think there's something very important about how matching can evolve in response to the what we've heard a lot about today, but the sort of complex, certainly non-linear realities of youth transitions. So I think that's very important. But I think, you know, maybe this is forum 2, because I think there's a lot to say here. But those are my 2 for now. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, and thanks for giving us our future research agenda. A lot to carry on from here. If there are any burning questions, especially to our 2 speakers online, then I would take these questions and give it to them, because we have the luxury that we can talk directly to the other 2 during the reception. I don't see any hands. I think we just all need, there's one hand, yes.
I have a relevant comment on something that was said about engaging with international companies, bringing their own workers to train local workers. So in Timor-Leste, the ADB indeed recently published a report about the water and sanitation sector, where a Chinese company was developing the infrastructure for this sector. And they found that although the government put as a condition that they should train local workers, that training was not effective, among other things, because of the language barrier. I do think it's a very interesting topic for research, but I wouldn't give for granted that it works.
Thanks a lot. And we do have a section in the ILO that works on public investment programs and their impact, their sustainable impact in the long run. And this is exactly where such questions get discussed. So far, not with answers, but we are getting there. There was another question here.
This one goes to Helen. I just heard you making reference to the institutional architecture in terms of getting young people targeted strategies and also being able for them to enter into the broader scope of the employment landscape. My question to you is, how have you balanced the pull and push forces between politics and policy? Because I picked that you are more of a policy wonk, and I want to know the strategies you have employed, because next year, February, I'll be having a conference for government, private sector, civil society, after they learn that I'm coming down to this forum. So I would want to really get your perspective on the mindset that you have used to be able to pull these 2 forces together to make the tools work.
Thank you. Shall I jump in straight away?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And you're perhaps not surprised to hear that isn't the first time I've been called a policy wonk. So fair enough. Thank you. I mean, you raise a very important question. I'm reminded of a time working in Mongolia, which effectively created a project before and after an election, you know, and that moment was just so critical to what was feasible. And these, you know, this balance between what works technically from a policy level, but then the political timescales, I think, as well. I think that's one of the problems we face in that you say the push and pull, but one of the issues that sort of creates a misstep between the technical side of policy, and I think tomorrow will be a great day on the What Works agenda, but then the sort of messy realities of politics. I think the misstep comes from timescales very much, that actually some of these bigger questions, some of the sorts of interventions that might start to make a difference at the macro level, a lot of the things that Louise has been talking with us today about, their medium to longer term investments and take time. And that is not the reality of the electoral cycle, of the political cycle. So that is one of the issues. But I think, you know, your point is very well taken. And I think I would just quickly say, knowing that the drinks are ahead of you, that we've also, I think, put really good emphasis in this discussion on the importance of diagnosing the contextual dynamics, that we need to know upfront quite specifically about what the constraints are in order to make good choices, make good design choices, make good implementation choices. And I would put into that mix the political mood, the political realities, and really keep that in mind as part of that diagnostic. You know, it's not just a sort of desk exercise, it's not just a data exercise, actually looking at the political agenda, the political priorities, and being sensitive to the importance of that, and sometimes the messy realities of that, I think just adds another layer of complexity. I know Sarah started the day by saying one of the big changes over the last 20 years is just the complexity of the youth situation. And I think probably layering in the political realities only makes that diagnostic piece more complex. But I think that is important, and sort of, as I say, being sensitive to that complexity and finding the tools and approaches that respond to that are really critical. So best of luck with your conference in February, and thank you very much for the question.
Thank you very much. I think the good thing with the youth employment issue is that all politicians want the same. Okay, there are some topics where there is a big disagreement, should we tackle it or not? But when it comes to youth employment, countries just don't have a choice, because we saw again and again what can happen if you don't tackle this challenge. And that's something politicians don't want. So just to give you one last example, when I was employment specialist in North Africa, I was there during the Arab Spring. So overnight, we thought that all the work we did on employment policies was good for nothing, because we had new governments in literally all the countries I covered. But what happened was actually that after a little while, they said, oh, there was already a youth strategy, and it was agreed to with young people, with workers, with employers, with everybody involved. Let's just take it and continue. So I think that's the advantage of discussing youth employment issues. Everybody is looking for solutions, and the urgency is there just as much as it was, whether the world is changing or not. Okay, so thank you very much. A big thanks to all panelists. This was a very rich discussion, and people stayed here despite the fact that we took some extra time, which shows that it was an interesting discussion. I hope that we will have some further discussions during the reception, and I wish you all a very, very good second day, and our speakers a very, very nice evening. Thanks a lot. Thank you.